God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side manning shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built full of smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you holler in person. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got you clapped with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping, first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch, boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead ops if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, y'all. All right, y'all. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Brother Clarence, why are you going up so early today? Well, I'm going up early today because I was invited to be on another live stream today. So I'm trying to knock this one out early so that I can get over there, but still give y'all the quality that y'all are looking for as far as what we do over here on Let's Talk to Better Black Life. So, shout out to y'all, man. Good Thursday morning or Thursday afternoon, wherever time zone you're in. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. All right, let's first thing first. Let's see who's in the building. Sister Annie is in the building. Shout out to Sister Annie. Good to have you in the building, sis. Good to have you in the building. Good to have you in the building, sis. Let's see. Okay, so we're kind of light right now, but that's okay, man. That's okay. I'm still going to talk about the topics that I'm talking about. And today's topic is why are Americans? Well, first of all, let me take care of Brother Eric. Brother Eric, shout out to Brother Eric, man. Better known as 16 to Life. 16 to Life, man. Going over to his YouTube page, 16 to Life. Get the music, get the comedy, get the real stories, get everything, man. Get the inspiration, man. He's funny dude, man. Good dude, man. Good character dude. But don't get it twisted. Brother Eric will put the hands on you, man, if you if you step out of line, man. But Brother Eric is a good dude, man. You know what I mean? There's 24 years out here in California penal system, man. He is a good dude, man. He's letting us use his music royalty free. So shout out to Brother Eric, man. Shout out to him, man. Keep pushing, Brother Eric. All right, that's Brother Eric. All right, y'all. So I didn't want to do that. This is what I really want to do, but I'll do that, man. I gotta see what happens is, y'all, at a certain time of day, the sun comes in and it creates the shadow, man. I can't get rid of the shadow. Just the way my office is set up, the way my checking and my savings is set up, the way my office is set up, man. But yeah, man. So sometimes I'm thinking, man, should I just go Avatar for the first hour? You know what I'm saying? Let the sun get all the way up to its apex, and then start doing it out there. Shout out to Brother Big Riggs. Shout out to Big Riggs. What's happening with you, man? What's up with the Bay, man? Big Riggs said, I seen one of his videos, yard down. I was in Delano on Corky. Hey, man. Hey, there is nothing to be ashamed of, brother. Nothing. We all have slipped and slopped. And the only difference is some of us got caught and some of us didn't, right? Yeah, shout out to him. Eric is a real dude, man. He's a very real dude. You know what I'm saying? So just like yourself, Big Riggs, very real dude, man. I guess that's why you can relate to him, man, because he's just a down to earth brother, man. But same, man. Don't get it twisted. don't let that pretty smile on Brother Eric fool you, man, because Brother Eric will put the paws on you, man, for real, right? Shout out to Big Rig Slaps, man. If you haven't already, subscribe to Knowledge and Relationships. What is you doing? Get your butt over to Knowledge and Relationship and watch two hottest shows out there, man. You got Easily Rigged with this brother Big Rig Slaps and Be Easy That Dude. I know, Sister you got Be Easy That Dude and Big Rig Slaps. That is one of the hottest shows out here. And then Knowledge Relationships also got another hit on their hands with Straight Talk No Chaser with OG Patrice, man. She brings stars on there, man, and they just talking down to earth, man. Just everybody just talking down to earth, man. Y'all gotta keep your eye on Knowledge Relationships, man. They trying to build a powerhouse over there. Knowledge Relationships trying to build it up over there, man. They got a lot of good shows over there. Good lineup. All right. Man. All right. So anyway, that's that, y'all. Okay. Let's see. And by the way, Big Riggs, man, I'm sorry, man. I haven't caught you guys showing a while, man. But when's the next time you guys going up, man? This Tuesday, today, or next Tuesday? Because I'm not sure. And we put it out here. Anyway, that was Brother Eric. So y'all, today we're talking about religion, man. We're talking about religion. You got to be sanctified, right? You got to be walking in the Lord, right? What's happening if you're not walking in the Lord, man? You a reprobate. Right? Same thing in the mosque. Yeah, man, you turned your back on God, man. You turned your back on God. Oh, possibly tonight. Okay. All right, y'all. Y'all heard it right from the horse's mouth, man. Big Rick Slap say they probably will be on tonight at 10 p.m. Pacific, man. These cats, man, will never tell me the time zone in, right? But I know Big Rick Slap. He's in the Bay, man. So I know all these cats in the Bay. So I know it's probably going to start about 10 p.m. Pacific time, right? Shout out to the Bay, man. Yeah, man. What's going on with religion, man? What's going on with religion? You know what, black people, man, we used to be a very religious people. We used to be very religious, right? Meaning that we were very faith-based people, man. We really didn't, that was one of the first things that we kind of accepted in this world was faith, right? But now, as more and more people are not turning to faith, they're turning to money or other different things out here in society. People say, I can never turn my back on G-O-D. God lives in me every day. Right on, brother. Right on, right on, right on. So they say, well, Clarence, how come you don't, put certain religious leaders and everything? Because I don't want this channel to be a religious channel, because I believe that religion should be something that, I believe it should be something that's private, right? It's a private thing to your religion, because if we get out here and start fussing and fighting on who got the best religion, that's to me. Now that's to me. Now you got other people that's gonna say, yeah, that's a good argument to have. To me, it's unproductive because, I mean, we got so many bigger fish to fry. Why are we gonna argue with each other who got the best religion or not? To me, that don't make no sense. That don't make no sense. You have your religion, practice it in your home, practice it with your family, practice it with whoever you want to practice it with. You know what I mean? As long as you're not coming out here on the outside and say, I'm better than you because I'm practicing XYZ religion, right? I'm better than you. No. Sister Annie's religion might not work for me, and my religion might not work for her, right? Based on her how she grew up and experiences she had and stuff like that, right? Yeah, man, it really is. They really do, man, and they really do. Big Rick Slaps, they do, and it's over nothing. And especially us as black people, we got so many bigger fish to fry, and we fighting over this. Who's got the better goldfish to put in the pan? That's stupid to me. Let's get some of these other things taken care of, and then if we want to go over, because if you notice, our Caucasian friends, they don't let religion stand in their way of building something. They don't let the religion stand in their way of coming together and making money. They don't let religion stand in the way of doing whatever they got to do to push their program. But we as black people will, right? We're like, I got to follow this religion. Well, you got to follow it. If you ain't following my religion, then I can't talk to you. And I mean, man, forget that, man. Practice your religion in your home. That's where it should be. It shouldn't be out on the street. You should have a place where you can go fellowship if you want, if that's what you so desire. If you don't want to go fellowship, you want to practice your religion in your home, just practice it in your home or practice it in your heart, right? You might even be around people in your home that don't want to practice your religion. You might have to practice it inside yourself, right? Right? They call this a temple, right? This is a temple, right? Your whole body is a temple. So you practice what you need to practice. Have I made my point, y'all? I think I made my point on that one, right? Yeah, Big Red, you're right, man. Whatever makes you better and righteous, I'm all for that, man. Whatever makes you a better person, makes you righteous, and makes you not step on other people, I'm with it. I'm with do you. It may not be a good fit for me or a perfect fit for me. I might even take some of what you're doing and try to incorporate. If I see you doing something that's good, that's working for you, I might take some of it and blend it into what I'm doing. That's what smart people do, right? You see somebody doing something that makes sense, you try to blend it into your life, right? I can't do that because this person's a religion that I don't subscribe to, quote unquote. Man, it's not the way I see it, child. So then he said, it's about your personal relationship. Yeah, man, it's like, see, I can't tell you ain't following God because I don't know the way the way God wants you to follow him, right? Maybe God got you on a different path than he got me on, right? Maybe God got you with some different challenges than he got in front of me. Maybe God don't expect you to walk as fast as I'm walking. But I'm going to put you to that same measurement. That's what a lot of religious people do. They'll measure you by what they doing. And they'll say, oh, well, you ain't walking as fast as me, then you're not really following God. When your walk with God might be slower than my walk with God, or your walk might be faster, right? yeah, man. But Sister Annie, you need a Y in that name. You gotta do it like them cats in the bay. Yeah, man. Right. I'm trying, Big Rig. I'm trying, man, because we got some questions we gotta answer today, man. We got some questions we gotta answer today because man, us following these religious people, no matter what the religion, I'm just using the Christian faith because these things are easier to find in the Christian faith. But I don't make no distinction between Christian, Muslim, Jew, whatever religion. You'll see the examples I'm using is about the Christianity, so to speak. But I don't make no distinction. It's any one of these faiths can have an issue, and people are walking away from a lot of these faiths, a lot of the traditional faiths, right? Which is really the three Abrahamic faiths, which is Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, right? Traditionally, right? So we are going to explore some of this. Some things that one of my best faiths falls under a different structure than mine, and it has never interfered with our friendship. That's how it's supposed to be. See, that's how it's supposed to be, Sister Annie. That's how it's supposed to be out here in the real world, right? But because the people will let other people interpret the words that come through, whether it's the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, whatever, they don't read for themselves to see if what the person is saying actually match what they're talking about, right? Or match how it's hitting them. And then if it doesn't match, then do the critical thinking to find out why it's not matching. Is it that person's opinion now, or is it does that make sense according to the totality of the text? That's the problem. Not enough people have that critical thinking, especially us as Black people. We don't have the critical thinking skills, because that is truly those are the two questions you have to ask. Is this person in opinion and interpretation, or does this match the totality of the text? If I go to another part of the text, is this going to be universal to the whole text? Is this position going to be universal to the whole text, right? Is it going to stand up at another portion of the text, right? Shout out to Sister Reza Neal. Glad to have you in the house. Shout out to my torch brother Anderson the Great in the house. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you, man. All right, yeah, man. Is this part of the text? See, we don't do that as critical thinking, right? They'll tell us one thing and it won't stand up in the other parts of it won't interconnect with other parts of the be congruent with other parts of the text, right? And then we go, why this don't match? What's going on? Why this part is say this, and then this part is say the exact opposite of this? What's going on, right? And we need to be able to critically think, right? Because sometimes we'll see stuff that happens, man, that doesn't match what's going on, right? Man, the bots is in the house today, man. The bots is in the house. Holy smokes, man. The bots is in the house. And you know what the cold part about the bots are, y'all? You can't, it's hard to block them, man. It's hard to block them. When you start trying to block them, man, they can't, you can't. So the only thing you can do is time them out, right? Because if block them. You can't. You know what I'm saying? Big Rick say, Bud Clan, shout out to Bud Clan doing this thing on the basketball court. I'm trying, man. Trying to get back in shape. Oh, I used to be horrible. I mean, I used to be a mess. Big Rigs. I used to be a mess. I used to be one of them dudes, man. When I came on when I showed up to the spot, man. At least about 4 or 5 of them dudes would just leave, man, because they know. They just don't. It's not even. It's not. We're gonna run them right. We're gonna cook them off there like a barbecue. Cook them right off the grill, man. They wouldn't even have a. They wouldn't have a chance. I used to be that dude, man. I never talked a lot, right? I just come out there, man, put the ball in the hole, man, put the ball in the hoop, doing what I got to do, man. But that's what I think everybody should do, man. That's what we got to do, y'all. And that's why I'm so glad and thankful, y'all, for donating to the backpacks, because what happens is we didn't do a lot of talking, right? We didn't go around saying, yeah, this is what we doing over here. Let's talk about Black Life. I didn't bounce around doing all that. All we did was ask our people, hey, let's do this. And we did it. We let our work talk for us. By the way, thank you for reminding me, Big Rick. I got an update on the backpack. So we're going to do an update real quick. Man, let me do an update real quick. Okay, man, so we raised money, y'all know, right? We ordered the backpacks, but they came in assorted colors, man. They came in the wrong colors, right? And I was willing to work with it. Vaughn was telling me, yeah, man, maybe we should send this stuff back. And I was like, well, I don't know. I was like, man, I felt bad because I just made the mistake of not paying attention to what I was doing, right? So I was like, well, maybe I just keep them. It's my fault. Vaughn like, so what? Send it back, right? But I was like, so what? You should. Just and Vaughn was like, well, shoot, if you want to keep them, brother, then But man, Sister Annie did not go for none of that, man. Sister Annie was like, nope, them backpacks is going back. Period. She said, them backpacks going back. She said, but Clan, you gonna get what you want. I said, okay, all right, because that's what I wanted, man, especially down here in LA, man. We don't want to put none of these kids in a bad way, man. So by taking a backpack with the wrong color and having somebody jam them up, just trying to make a name for themselves, right? I've been in that position, man. So, you know what I mean? So, we don't want to do that. So we sent them back. And so the update is we didn't send them back. We requested a refund and them to come pick them up. So we've already ordered some more backpacks, the solid black backpacks, school supplies. We already got the calculators. And so the notebooks have come in already, but we're still waiting on the backpacks, and we're waiting on school supplies, the rest of the school supplies, right? But and then they got to come and pick up these other backpacks and send them back and give us a refund for that. So that's where we at, man. That is the update. That is the update. All right, y'all. Let's see. Yeah, Bigger say, yeah, man, talk to your ears, Brother Clarence. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. yeah, Big Rigs. You know what I'm saying, man. We out in Cali, man. You don't want one of them kids running around, at the liquor store or something, man. Somebody roll up on them. What's up with that dead, Doc Moo? Right? Kid like, what? I don't gangbang. No. You know better than to be flying that flag out here, Doc Moo. You know better. Then some real serious stuff go on, right? Same thing with the dudes wearing the hard blue, right? What you doing, E. Rickett? What you doing? We don't fly them flags out here, E. Rickett. All that flu. Oh, man. But anyway, man, all that dead, huh? You know how they do, man. You know how they do out here, man. So, man, we got to keep these kids safe, man, as best as we can, man. So, Sister Annie did the right thing, man. We got to get the right backpacks, man. Yeah, that's what they call them out here. Them E-Rickets. They won't call them Crips. They call them E-Rickets, right? Or whatever they call them at this stage of the game. But anyway, yeah, man. So we gotta we gotta find out what's going on with us, man. Why we running away from this religious the religious affiliation, man? And I think a lot of times because we feel like if I'm one religion, like Sister Indian was saying, I'm one religion, I can't be friends with this person because they are this religion. And this religion, I can't interact with these people because they have this religion, right? And then you always have people that no matter their religion, they feel like they got to create a convert, right? They are driven to convert people, right? I gotta tell you, Brother Clarence, you Muslim, right? You know you guys going to hell with a gas jacket on, right? I am. Yeah. You got to be this religion, right? That's better for you. You got to be this religion, all right? Oh, Brother Bolo, you believing in the Christianity? That's following the book, man. You know you going to hell, right? You going, man. You know you going to hell, right? You ain't doing it right. I'm not. No, you're not. Right? And so the job is not to educate you, but to convert you, right? This is why me and Bolo, I get along with this brother so well, because the brother ain't trying to convert nobody. He's just trying to educate you. And now the conversion is your decision, right? Same thing we used to do in the mosque, man. We didn't ever try to convert people, at least in Los Angeles and Compton. We never tried to convert people. Only thing we tried to do is give them information. And then let them decide, man. Get them, you know what I'm saying? Let them give them decide. Now we have people that we had some zealots that wanted to give them a push, right? But for the most part, all we had to do is, you know what I'm saying, let the minister talk, or let them read for themselves, or let them decide for themselves. And if there's something they with, then they with it. If they not, they not. That don't mean they bad people. They just not with it. We can still work together. We can still, we can still build something together. Everybody's not going to accept your religion. Everybody's not going to accept your belief system. Everybody's not going to accept that, right? I was doing one. I told y'all, man. One day I sitting in my office, man. Dude was walking down the hall looking for a particular office for whatever. I don't know if they was doing taxes or whatever. So he bumped in here. He's like, "What you doing?" I said, "Oh, I do podcasts." And he said, "Oh yeah, I've been thinking about doing something like that. I'd really like to do something like that." I said, "Yeah, well, why don't you sit down when you get a chance? Come back and sit down and talk to me. Let's, maybe we can work something out." So we sat there and talked about 45 minutes, right? Good conversation, man. Good conversation. And you know what messed everything up? I had a Final Call newspaper sitting on my my little table I got in here. I had a Final Call newspaper, right? He goes, "What's this?" I said, "That's a Final Call. You never seen a Final Call newspaper?" He said, "Nah." He said, "Yeah." I mean, not nah, but he said, "Yeah, I seen it, but why do you have it in here?" I said, "Because I was reading it." He said, "You Muslim?" I said, "Yes. Yes, sir." He said, "Oh." He went, "Oh." I said, "Is that gonna be a problem?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Why?" He said, "Because I'm a Christian and I only believe in Jesus." I said, "Okay." I said, "So?" I said, "We can't do business because you believe in Jesus?" I said, "I believe in Jesus too." He said, "Nah, nah." He said, "Nah, that's not good." I said, "Okay, brother." I said, "Man, it was a nice." I said, "I had a nice time talking to you, brother. But if you change your mind, you know where I'm at." He said, "Yeah." He walked out here like how back in the day, man, people found out a person had HIV, man, they would just be like, "Ooh," right? That's how he was like, "Ooh, my God, man," right? He was like, "Oh my God, man, I just stepped into hell," right? Oh man, but I'm saying we can't have those kind of attitudes, man. We got to look for righteousness in the person, whether what religion they follow or if they follow a organized religion, right? We can't be so quick to be like, "Oh well, I'm not gonna mess with this person because they ain't of this religion or that religion. You know what I mean? So we got to get off of that. Yeah, man. Oh man, dude, Big Riggs. It was an ugly situation, man. Really for him. I was good either way. You know what I mean? I was just talking to the dude, but I was just like really tripping when I saw how he was just like, like you said, like I had that ish on me, man. I was like, hey, you throw away a chance to do some big business just because I'm of this faith, right? And I'm not behaving in a way that should dictate that, right? It's just the fact that I said I wasn't the same religion as him. Oh no, I gotta run out of here. Okay. I think that's a big problem anyway. But anyway, because Caucasians sure don't let that stop them from doing anything, man. They don't let not being the same religion stop them from doing nothing. But only black people, man. Oh, you ain't the same religion as me. Oh well, we can't do business. Bye. I'm broke, you broke. But you know what I'm saying? The good news is I got my religion, right? Me and you, we can sit together, be broke, and watch everybody else come into the black community and get rich. But we gonna keep each other broke because we ain't gonna work together because you a different religion. Now it's so stupid. And the white man be like, hey, the white man, the Gentile will go to the Jew and say, hey, look, hey, I know you believe in Judaism and I believe in Christianity, but check this out. We got an opportunity to make money here. Let's get together and let's do this. Let's put some paperwork together that outlines your responsibilities and my responsibilities and what's going to happen and how we're going to divide the money up. And then let's go to work. They do it every day. Black people, oh no, I can't work with you. I can't work with you because you of this religion. Anyway, y'all, let's see. The reason why I brought this up, man, because I saw that this remember the bling bling preacher up in Brooklyn? The bling bling preacher, man, the IRS finally caught up to this cat, man. See, and that's another thing that we do as black people, man. We for whatever reason, we feel like we gotta front. We gotta be out here on Front Street, you know, showing everything we got. Rolex watches, big fancy cars. I'm telling you, man, you keep on doing that, man. The IRS gonna catch up to you sooner or later, right? You putting yourself out there on your social media. You putting yourself out there and on your bro. It's just a matter of time before the IRS start digging into you. Big Rick said, "Let's fry these fish." Oh no, we can't do that, right? Both of us are gonna starve, Big Rigs, because you won't work with me and I won't work with you. And meanwhile, we watch these white people coming to the black community and the Asians coming to the black community, man, and take bags, hefty bags full of money out of the black community, right? And then we had a nerve to complain that they get rich, right? Well, we don't want our disunity is helping them get rich, right? It's not even their fault. They just business people coming in. We should be like that. Do y'all think that the Asian community, they won't even let you give rice away. They eat a lot of rice. They eat a lot of noodles, right? I mean, you know, I'm not trying to be insulting to them, but part of their diet is a lot of rice and a lot of noodles, statistically, right? You think they would let you give it away? You couldn't even give it away in the Asian community. They wouldn't support you at all. Why? Because they got a healthy respect for self and kind. They got a healthy respect. Meanwhile, the black community, oh my God, man. Anybody that just got off a boat can come over here and open up a fried chicken or fried fish place and take all the money in the black community, man. We send their kids to college. We buy them these big houses. We put so much money in their pockets, man. We make them landlords around here, right? They not only own the fish store, but they own the building. They own the apartments above the fish store, right? And it's all money that you went to work and earned. You went to work for. But instead of us working together, oh no. But you work with the white man, that ain't your religion, right? You work with these agents, that ain't your religion, right? Just not with me. Oh man. Anyway, let's go back. Let's deal with the bling bling preacher, right? Blinged up Brooklyn preacher who was robbed mid-sermon is now behind bars. A flashy New York bishop who was famously robbed earlier this year in the middle of a church service is now facing federal charges over an ungodly scheme that allegedly included swindling one of his parishioners and extorting a local businessman for his own enrichment, prosecutors revealed on Monday. Lamar Whitehead, 45, was arrested and charged Monday with several crimes, including wire fraud, extortion, and making false statements, the U.S. Attorney's Office Southern District of New York announced. If convicted, he faces upwards of 65 years in prison. Ouch. Ay, ay, ay. His campaign of fraud and deceit stops now, U.S. Attorney Damian Williams said in a Monday statement. Prosecutors allege Whitehead, the bishop of a small Brooklyn church called Leaders of Tomorrow International Ministry, defrauded upwards of $90,000 from parishioners under the guise of investment help before using the money on clothes and other luxury goods. In another scheme, Whitehead allegedly extorted a businessman out of thousands of dollars and promised to obtain favorable actions by the New York City government. When federal employees asked Whitehead about these alleged schemes, he allegedly hid a second cell phone, which he routinely discussed these matters. Whitehead's lawyer, Dawn Florio, sent a statement to the Daily Beast that her client is not guilty of these charges and will vigorously defend these allegations. He feels that he is being targeted and being turned into a villain from a victim, Florio added. The indictment marks the latest legal battle for Whitehead, a convicted felon known for his opulent lifestyle, political connections, and his Gucci suits and Rolls Royce. This is your brother right here. This is your brother right here in the pink glasses, right? That's your brother. And that's the good Reverend Whitehead, right? The good Reverend Doctor, right? And the good Reverend Doctor has a Gucci suit on, right? How much you guys think that suit costs? I'm gonna say at least $25,000. At least, right? Jacket and pants. Probably got shoes to match. Another couple thousand. Yeah, I would say at least $25,000. Ay, ay, ay. Does your preacher really need? Does he really need a Gucci suit? I mean, if he's doing it on his own, right? But I mean, if he's taking church money and doing it, I don't know. It's kind of. Risa said he's no brother, but Risa, this is our brother. Now, the only question is he wrong or right? Right? All right. So I'm just wanting to ask y'all some questions, right? Or make some statements, because I look at this and say to myself, why are the people walking away from organized religion? Why are the people walking away? What's going on? I got about, let me see, let me count. Let me see, we got 12. I got 12 reasons that I made up. Not made up, but I observed. I got 12 reasons why I observe why the people are walking away from religion. Besides, and it has to do with some of the bling bling and all that stuff, but there's 12 reasons why. So let's get into it, y'all. Y'all ready to go? Let's go, because we got to get out of here quick, because why? I got to be on another live stream tonight. All right, so reason number one, we got the scandals, right? Y'all remember back in the day, and we've always had them, right? We always had these scandals, man. We always had, remember Jim Baker? Remember Jim Baker, man? Oh, man. Oh, man. Jim Baker, man. That was the ugly one right there, man. Holy smokes, man. Woo. The Jim Baker situation was bad. That was bad, right? Where not only did Jim Baker have the sex scandal, but he had that Christian theme park, man, Heritage USA, where they were scamming people out of, man. Yeah, I'm on my list this week, Sister Annie, because keep me straight, right? I mess around with Rico. When I mess around with Rico, I can get off track. It's easy to get off track real easy with a dude like that, man. It's just, right? So I get off track sometimes. So I need these lists, man. All right, scandals. All right, Jim Bakker had a scandal. Remember Jim Bakker? We're gonna look at Jim Bakker and see what was happening with him.
That scandal that brought down a Christian TV empire 30 years later, 2020 has a special look at the televangelist Jim and Tammy Faye Bakker. Amy here with that story. And Amy also took a look at what Jim Bakker's doing now.
That's right. Well, he could have been in prison right now. He was sentenced to 45. He only served 5. And so he is out. And now he is back in front of the cameras.
I'm talking about end times. Oh, I've got powdered food.
It's the talk show that describes itself as a daily broadcast featuring prophetic and biblical revelations brought to light in today's world. But take a close look at the host. He may look very familiar.
Welcome to the Jim Bakker Show.
It's Jim Bakker with closely cropped hair and a white beard, looking markedly different than his days as a household name back in the 70s and 80s. Bakker, along with then-wife Tammy Faye, quickly rose to stardom with the Praise the Lord network.
I'm asking you to start giving and just see what happens in your life.
But the couple suffered a very public downfall in the late 80s. Jim caught in a sex scandal.
All I could tell you is it certainly was not an affair. Okay?
Her version is pretty horrific. And in today's Me Too movement, it probably could have resulted in criminal charges. Now, if you believe Jim Bakker's version of it, it was a consensual liaison.
The Bakkers lost control of their PTL empire. Allegations of fraudulent fundraising led to a federal indictment for Jim.
Jim Bakker was found guilty on all 24 counts of wire and mail fraud and conspiracy.
Ay, 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 y'all. Ay, ay, ay. All right, y'all. So Jim Bakker was, so we know about the Jessica Hahn situation, right? Where he actually he was paying this chick for sex, right? They got a word for that called prostitution, right? He was paying this chick for sex. Not only him, but he was paying for all these other dudes, religious cats. I think his right-hand man got caught up too, right? Then he lost everything, man, because he asked Jerry Falwell. He asked Jerry Falwell to come over and just keep an eye on things until he got himself together, right? Jerry Falwell just took the reins, man. Jerry Falwell just took it over, man. Jim Bakker was selling. They had a place like Disneyland, like Disney World, right? And it was a Christian theme park that they had, that they were selling timeshares to this theme park, but they was overselling the timeshares. There was no way that they could sell, but that everybody who they were sold to could use the property at the same time. And plus, the money that they was making, they wasn't putting it into the theme park. They was putting it in their pockets. It was a mess, man. It was a mess, man. And so, but yeah, man, Jim Bakker got caught. He got caught in that financial situation. But a lot of times, some of our people, man, they see that they feel like, hey, man, the people is what we say. Risa say, Tammy suffered before leaving this world. I remember one of her last interviews. She looked bad and she couldn't eat. Yeah, man, she died of cancer. I think she was a heavy smoker, Risa, and she died of cancer. Yeah, man. Yeah, but that lady not only suffered with that, but just suffered, period, man, with dealing with Jim Bakker. But she got remarried. They both got remarried, right? Jim Bakker's got this little wife, man. Now, you know what I mean, and they selling their products out there, man. But but just got, you know, when the people see you, man, when the people see you and they say they expect piety out of you, they expect you to be pious, they expect you to be doing what you're doing, not for financial gain, or not. They expect you to somehow not have a financial gain. Well, put it like this: they expect you to not enrich yourself and then live this hedonistic lifestyle, and you call yourself a pastor of the church. They don't expect that. They expect that if they have a leader of the church, they expect a certain amount of responsibility in running your own life, right? Shout out to Mr. He Said, man. Shout out to you, man. If you haven't already subscribed to Harris Tribe Media Group, man, what are you doing? Get your butt over to the Harris Tribe and subscribe. I am. So shout out to him. Shout out to Mr. He Said, man. And by the way, get on over there and see Mr. He Said is doing some good work over there. Harris Tribe is doing some good work, man. Get on over there. Subscribe to them. All right, y'all. So, yeah, man. It was a mess, man. Jim Bakker was a mess, and he wasn't the only one. He was the only one that got caught up. But I'm just saying, man, this is one reason is the scandals. The people are saying to themselves, why should I give money to these people when they just regular people like me? If they was different, if they was living a different lifestyle, and they could help me, encourage me to live a different lifestyle, which is a better lifestyle, then maybe I might be persuaded to be able to support them financially. But if this person is just as bad as me, why am I going to see? That's what the people say in their head, right? But yeah, man, they have a lot of different scandals that's going on. We've seen so many scandals from Jim Bakker to Robert Tipton to I forgot Von Bryant's boy with the Miracle Water. That dude. Who else, man? Who else? Man, just so many of them, man. Jimmy Swaggart. I mean, just so many of them been pulled down. Eddie Long. So many of them been pulled down, man. So many of them been pulled down, man. And you know, when their lifestyle comes out, when their real lifestyle comes out, man, it's just like, man. All right, y'all. So let's get it. So reason number one, lifestyle. Now scandals. So y'all can come up, man. Right? I'm gonna go through these real quick. It's 12 of them. I'm gonna go through them real quick, and then y'all can come up. Y'all tell me what y'all think. Right? Y'all come up and tell me what y'all think. Okay. Yeah, they got the scandals, right? What else is going? What is another reason why Americans are walking away from organized religion? Hypocrisy, right? Hypocrisy, right? You know, they see people that's in the church or in the mosque or in the temple, and they say, man, you know, they see how stern and hard they are when they on other people, man. But yet they talk forgiveness, but they live condemnation where they condemning people, man. They say you going to hell. You know what I mean? I done heard I'm going to hell. I had an aunt. I have an aunt, man. I got to check on her. I have an aunt, man. And my aunt she would tell me and my brother, you guys going to hell. And my brother wasn't even Islamic, but I mean, she just told us we was going to hell. You going to hell. And we were like, good morning. Like, you going to hell. You going to hell. And I was like, why? She said, because you don't believe in Jesus like I do. I said, how you know? She said, how can you? You said you believe in Islam. How can you believe in Jesus? I said, you don't know what I believe, right? You don't know what I believe. So you haven't even asked me. You haven't even got my thoughts on it, right? All you know is, you know what I mean, I didn't, you know, do it the way you doing it. So therefore, I should be condemned. And people don't like that. People don't want to be condemned, right? We all, especially in America. America is a wilderness. It's a wilderness, right? The Bible calls America a wilderness. a wilderness. Right? It's wild. People are just wild out here, man. They just doing whatever, man. They just do whatever makes them feel good. They just wild, right? And the temperament of respecting each other, man, is not typically how things go, right? Really, the main reason why people are being respecting each other is because of the consequences that can happen, not because of their righteousness, right? I was watching, man, this thing called, you guys that have ID channel, I was watching Fear Thy Neighbor, right? And these two brothers, they became neighbors, right? And everything started out real cool. And then the bigger one just kept trying to pick on the other one and kept up with. And so the other dude had a conceal and carry permit. So he kept messing with him, and then finally he aggressed to him and physically jumped on him, man. And before he did that, old boy showed him the weapon that he had on his hip. He said, man, he said, it ain't even have to come to this. Just leave me alone, go your way, I'm gonna go my way. And the bigger brother jumped on him, man, and the little brother put 7 in him. He put 7 in him, put him down on the ground, bam, right? Why? Why did you have to come to that? Right? But see, we just get out of hand, man. It's a wild place. It's a wild place. So we got to learn how to forgive our people. Man, I was telling Reese the other day, we got to forgive our people if we can. See, forgiveness is if they're going to let us forgive them, right? Can't forgive somebody unless, you can't forgive them face to face unless they're going to let you. You can forgive them in your heart, right? You never see them again, right? They do something, you don't see them no more for whatever reason, right? You can forgive them in your heart to help yourself move on. But in person, if you right there with a person and they putting their hands on you and then you forgive them for that, and then they take it further, right? Some people will take your forgiveness like you stupid, right? And that will make them aggressive even more, right? Because they feel like, for whatever reason, they feel like you scared of them or whatever, right? And so they're aggressive even harder. You don't want that. You don't want that. That's why we only gonna forgive our people if they let us. If they don't let us forgive them, then unfortunately we cannot be merciful to them. At a certain point, we have to have a line of demarcation where you say, okay, once you cross this line, now you put me in a position where I have to defend myself. Right? But that's the kind of world we live in. That's the kind of world we live in. Right? So we should forgive our brothers and sisters. We should forgive our people, right? We should try to forgive them. We should attempt to forgive them if they will allow that to take place. But if they won't, you within your right to defend yourself, even if it costs the life of the other person. You in your right to defend yourself, right? You didn't want to take the person's life, but they left you no option. It's either me take your life or you take mine. If I let you obviously keep aggressing. I forgave you for stepping on my shoe. Now you punch me in the eye. I forgive you punching in my eye. Now you got me in a headlock. It's going to continue to progress if I don't deal with it, right? So we have to deal with this stuff. But that's kind of where we live, in a wilderness, right? This is a wilderness. It's wild. So we need, yeah, man. You want to say it again, Reese? Hey, our people have been through a lot, right? Black people especially have been through a lot. God's people, we've been through a lot. We've been turned inside out and upside down. We've been hit over the head. We don't remember who we are. You don't remember what your name is. I don't remember. I got a slave name too. I don't remember what my name is, right? Because we got amnesia. We don't even remember, right? Been hit over the head. You don't remember what your religion was. You don't remember what your life style was. You don't remember what your values were. You don't remember any of that stuff. Why? Because you've been hit over the head and you've been given somebody else's values. You've been given somebody else's understanding. It's not a good fit for you, but you've been given somebody else. So we're gonna have these bouts where we're gonna interact with each other in a not a healthy way, So we want to forgive each other. We should forgive. But forgiveness in person only works if the other person is willing to allow you to forgive them. And when they take your forgiveness and they respect it and they say, okay, this person has forgiven me, I need to respect that and walk away. But if you forgive somebody and instead of them respecting your forgiveness, they take it as fear and they try to aggress further, you're not under any obligation to keep allowing yourself to be abused. You're not under any obligation to say, well, I'm supposed to forgive. This is my opinion. You're not under any obligation to allow yourself to be abused, right? You try to forgive someone, they won't accept it, then they take your forgiveness as your fear, then they bump up their aggression even further because they smell that fear and they get excited because they feel like they're accomplishing something because they're creating fear in you. Time to go to work. Time to go to work. You within your right to send them straight to the cemetery, right? Right? Straight to the cemetery, right? Or at least get them as far as you can, right? Get them as far as you can. But but in this kind of world, unfortunately, that's the situation we're in. So when we see people that say, I'm really gonna forgive, we want to see you actually at least attempt forgiveness, right? But a lot of these religious people don't even attempt forgiveness, right? They won't even attempt mercy, right? They don't attempt it. So but then at the same time they talk about it. They tell you about what Jesus said, what about Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, what he said, what Moses said, right? Tell you what all these people said, and you see the forgiveness in the words that's being said to you. But then when you see them actually living their lives, they condemn people. They use condemnation. Oh, you ain't this religious, so you ain't walking the way I walk with God, so therefore. And so the people see that as hypocrisy. You know what the worst thing to do to teach your children is do as I do, not do as I say, not as I do. That you teaching hypocrisy right there. Right? That's why I in my opinion, if you smoke, if you drink, you shouldn't do those things in front of your children. You should wait till they go to bed and then do those things. Because if you do them when they're up and then they say, hey, Dad, you enjoy it, and because here's what's happened. Your children look at you and they look at you as a trustworthy individual. They look at you as a person that they have great respect for, right? So when they see you fire up a cigarette, they say, hey, I want to be like my dad. I want to be like my mom. And so therefore, if they can smoke, I should smoke, right? Because that might be part of the thing that makes them so cool, right? And so then they come to you and they say, hey, Dad, I want to smoke. Can I have one? And you go, no, I don't ever want you to smoke. It's a bad habit. I don't ever want you to smoke. And then you go, right? The kid goes, wait a minute. If it's bad and you're supposed to be good, why are you doing something bad? See, that can't compute in the kid's head. The kid says, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. Why would you, as a good person, I think of you as a good person. Why are you doing something bad if you're a good person? That's the question you put in their head when they see you do something that you tell them not to do, but you do it. I know I cuss, but don't you cuss. Right? That's why I was told my children, I said, don't cuss in front of me. I told my boys, don't cuss in front of me. Because I knew that once they got out in front of their people, they was going to say whatever they wanted to say. I said, but don't say it in front of me and your mom. Don't say it in front of us. Right? Because I know it's hard for y'all to believe, but man, Brother Clarence, I used to go. I still could go if I really get upset, right? Y'all can ask Sir Hell, right? I can go, man. But the thing is, when you're raising children and you also, when people believe in you that tough, what you have to do is watch what you're doing, because people believe in you and they put their belief in you as a spiritual advisor. What's going to happen is they're going to look at the way you walk. They say, my life is in turmoil. I want my life to be, and this person, it looks like their life is together. I want my life together like that too. So I'm going to try to walk the way they walk. And then when they see you having challenges, they're going to ask you, hey, why are you doing this? Or can I do that as well? Can I participate in that as well? And then you say, no, I don't ever want you to do this. Right? Don't do this. So they go, why are you doing it then? That's the wrong way to teach children, in my opinion. In my opinion. I know that's the way they used to teach us, but that's because they didn't know no better. That's the way they used to teach us, man. My father used to smoke. I don't want to see, he tells me and my brother, I don't want to see either one of y'all with no cigarettes. Right? Oh man. But anyway, the people see the hypocrisy, man. They see the hypocrisy in their leaders in the church, and from people that either in the leadership of the church or people that profess to be of the church, from the church, right? Got people out here on these platforms, they say, I'm a Christian, I'm a Christian, I'm a Christian. Okay, you a Christian, right? So then we ask you, okay, if you a Christian, why then are you behaving this way when if you're a Christian, you should be behaving this way, or you should move this way, right? Based on you saying you're a Christian, right? But like I said, people can say whatever they want, right? I could say I'm a NASA scientist. In the internet, you can say whatever you want, man. 9 times out of 10, 99.99 times, you're never going to meet these people. You're never going to, and they'll never be able to dispute it by finding out whether you did it or not. Every once in a while, people get doxxed, right? You got to expect that. If you're coming on the internet, you're going to get doxxed every now. I'm sure it's coming for me one day, sooner or later. But they ain't too much to pull up, man. But, doxing is here to stay, right? But I don't care. I've already told y'all that I wasn't the greatest person in the world. So anything comes up on me, man, I'll be like, okay, so what? So they say it seems at times people are more impressed with the title. Well, and they just put their belief in the people, Sister Annie, because the person talk good or they look good, or black people, man. Black people are not going to follow a busted preacher, right? That's the unfortunate dichotomy of the situation, right? A preacher comes out looking like Jesus, busted, broken down, right? Driving a used car, right? Driving one of these Colombo cars, right? People would never, the people would never respect them. They would never follow the man, right? So unfortunately, these pastors have to be shiny and glossy, right? Just to attract the people, just to attract them. But once you attract them in, then you got to tell them, hey, man, I just did this for you. I just did this to get you in the door. This ain't really me. I just did this to get y'all to come in, so y'all can hear this word and try to see if y'all could use it to improve your lives. I don't need this $300 suit, $1,000 suit. I don't need that. I don't need this. Right? but I have to do this stuff to get y'all to come in the door. All right, y'all, but that's hypocrisy, right? Let's move on to number 3, because this is going to be a quick one today, y'all. Number 3, no practical benefits in society, right? Especially for us as black people, right? Religion never had a practical use. We never really had a practical use for religion since we've been here, right? Because religion is supposed to help you get closer to God and help you, live a righteous life, right? When you're a slave, how can you live a righteous life as a slave? You can't live a righteous life. You can't live a righteous life as a slave. Why, Clarence? Because as a slave, you're going to be asked to do things every now and then that's outside of righteousness. Well, just a slave lifestyle is unrighteous. It's an unrighteous position to be in, right? Is slavery an unrighteous position? Of course it is. Just in itself, it's an unrighteous position. But now, when you add the fact that now you have a master, you have a living human being that not only can tell you what to do, but owns you and owns the right to your life. That means he can end your life, and it would not be considered a murder, right? Because why? You property. You're not human. You're just property. And you, as a slave, has to understand that. You got to work within that. They had no practical benefits for the first 300 or 400 years you was here. You didn't have no practical benefits for religion, right? Because only thing it did was just, it wasn't helping you, right? Right? There was a people in the Bible that got captured. They got captured to become slaves. They got captured and they was brought to be slaves in a strange land. And their captors required of them, they said, sing us one of the songs of Zion. Sing us one of the songs. See, when we first came over to your where we captured you from, you guys were singing and dancing, man. It was real entertaining. We want y'all to sing those songs now. And the captured people said, how can we sing songs that we sang when we were free in our own land? How do you even think that we would be in a mentality to sing like that as captives? Paraphrasing. Right? In other words, it's not practical for us to be like that now. Why would we sing when we're in captivity? Why would we sing that? That wouldn't be prudent. You think we happy being captives? There's some people out there that think that black people was happy being captives. Hey, I'm a slave. Whoo, I was on Master Johnson's plantation. Probably some Negroes was like that. Well, I'm on Master Jackson's plantation. Woo, we got a better plantation than you. And these Negroes competing over who got the best master. My master's better than your master. Oh, yeah? Well, our master's better than your master. And they both slaves, right? They both slaves. But you got no practical benefits, right? I'm going to follow God and only God. You can't do that as a slave. You got a master to follow. Right? Come on, talk to me. You can't do that as a slave. It's no practical benefits for you. Then on top of that, let's take you out of the picture And just take the white society, the dominant white society. There's no practical benefits for following God in the white society. It's not. Right? The only thing that's a benefit is they can use some of this material as reference points to try to push legislation that they want to try to create pockets of wealth for themselves. Because if you can get the people, like I told y'all before, black people, man, are people that want to do right. We are inherently, we want to do right. We want to do right inherently. So you have to promote things to us, even if it's wrong as hell. You got to promote it to us like it's the right thing, right? Going after money. See, money is important. That's what you need, is more money. What you need is a better understanding of what God's plan is for us as a people. That's what you really need, right? But you don't understand that because you were listening to the greatest society tell you. They out here telling you money is what you need. Money is what you should be concerned with, and you should have a little. You should have a proportionate understanding or issue with money. Even Jesus had a job, right? Even Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, had a job, right? So money is something you're going to have to deal with. But to have that as a chief thing over all else, no. So the people don't feel like it's no practical benefits. If I follow religion, they feel like if they follow religion like it's supposed to be, they're supposed to be poor. If they follow religion like they're supposed to be, they're supposed to give all their money away. Everything they work for. That's what they think. Right? That's what they think. So they got to come into a new understanding. And if they don't, they're going to always feel like, oh man, well, I have to, I'm not, because I got money, I'm not a good person. That don't necessarily make you not a good person. What makes you not a good person is the fact that even if you got money, because you don't need to have a lot of money to not be a good person. You could be broke as a joke and not be a good person. But the thing about people with money that makes them not a good person is they think they're better than somebody without money. They think they're better. And that's it. You're not better. You just got it. You just took advantage of an opportunity and everything went your way. Okay, good. You got some money. Right? What good is all that money if you can't use it to try to help somebody else? Oh, man. Let's just boil it down to the last compound. The people think that they're not going to, the religious benefits, the benefits of following an organized religion, they just don't feel like they're going to get anything out of it. They're not going to increase in their wealth. They're not going to increase in their spirit. They're not going to increase in their friendships. And that's what they're looking for. They're looking for an increase in all these places. When you can increase all those things if you become closer to God, who will open your eyes on how to do all of that. All that will be open to you. Y'all don't hear me, man. But the people don't feel like there's no practical benefits in the society for following organized religion, right? It's a bunch of freaks, and these pastors are getting over on everybody, right? All right, number 4. No use for morality. There's no use for morality, right? There's never been a time. I don't care. You can bring up Sodom and Gomorrah. You can bring up whatever hedonistic. You can bring up the Romans. You can bring up the Greeks. You can bring up the Egyptians. You can bring up the Ethiopians. There has never been a time. You can put them all together. There's never been a time where women have been so open to having multiple partners before marriage. Never has been a time in history, in recorded history, that has happened. And there's never been a society that's able to stand when your women are like that. There's never been it took the Romans down, it took the Greeks down, it took the Ethiopians down, it took the Egyptians down. When you have a woman that where the vagina is not respected, and the vagina and the sanctity of the vagina is not respected, and you can have many people, they call it body counts, right? But it's more so that we don't respect ourselves and we don't respect our women. Now I'm talking to the men, the women too. Women, you should respect yourself. But it's hard. See, here's the thing, man. It's hard in a wicked society. It's hard. What you mean, bro, Clarence? I mean, it's hard. I mean, it's easy for me to say, "Oh, you got a high body count." It's hard actually to put that into action, right? Because if you're a woman and you say, "Well, I'm gonna save myself for marriage," you're going to take away the most aggressive males are going to leave you alone, right? And most people want the aggressive males, right? The males that are aggressive. Women like that, got an attraction to that, right? But the aggressive males are out there trying to be with people that they're going to be able to sleep with until they know better, until they learn better, until they get burnt some kind of way, right? Right? So if you say, I'm a woman, I'm gonna save myself for marriage, the kind of men you're looking for, the kind of men you want, with the kind of drive that you want, it's gonna be difficult to find them, right? It's gonna be difficult. I think I got somebody in the building. Brother Rico, you in the building?
What's going on, Negrosaurus? I came right here to keep your ass on schedule.
We're gonna stay on schedule, man. I got a live stream to be to, so I gotta be on schedule, man. I appreciate it.
Oh, okay, good.
Hey,
I didn't know you was going this early. I was thinking it was 2:00 your time.
Okay.
That's what
threw
me
right,
on. I turned my TV on and said, "Oh shit, he live. Okay, this works good for me."
hey, you only an hour and 17 minutes late, man. You know.
Yeah, I know. I said, well, I guess since he went early, I better jump my ass on there. I can show off Mama not home.
Oh, okay. I know Mama.
We be done by the time Mama come home. I'll be like, okay. What you been doing all day? I ain't been doing nothing, baby.
Nothing. All right, man. Well, today, man, we're talking about why are Americans walking away from organized religions, man? I mean,
you be picking these tough ones. You be dabbling in shit.
Hey, and nobody wants to hear it, man. Nobody wants to hear it, man. But hey, we gonna hit it, man. We gonna hit it because they ain't never gonna say is, well, we don't allow. Let's talk about Black Lives. They don't never talk about it. No, we talk about it. Right. We hit it here. We hit it here. All right. So what we talking about is the useful morality. Now a lot of we going through the 12 reasons why most people are just walking away from religions. Right? They just walk away from organized religions.
Can you at least frame it in Western world and not just America? Because I've been like reading reports and studies on the secularization of the Western world, and it's not a phenomenon that's just strictly to the U.S. It's Canada, England, pretty much anywhere in the Western world where people are turning off to religion or to organized religion anyway.
Organized religion.
I think people are still very much. I believe in something. I mean, y'all might look at me and think I'm the damn devil incarnate, but no, I believe. I just don't have much use for organized religion because it's so flawed.
If you heard me from the beginning, you probably didn't hear me from the beginning. I was talking about the fact that most people are trying to follow some type of faith, on their own, because it's the best way to do it, man. Because if we get out here and we start talking, well, my faith is better than your faith, and my faith is better than this, my faith, that's gonna be a crazy talk. We never gonna get anywhere, right?
Yeah, and even when I look at most organized religions, they're so tainted. I mean, no matter which, they're political, they're tainted. I mean, I have my political, so I don't want them leaning my way or anybody's way. Just stay out of it, but they can't do it anymore. And it's money. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Well, we're talking about right now when Sam, there's no use in this society, there's no use for morality, right? I talked about how in slavery you couldn't be moral. You can't be a moral person because you can't do it. So
they thought they were. They thought they were.
Yeah, exactly. But you can't do it because sometimes you're gonna be asked to do something that's wicked, and you have no you are obligated to do what you've been told to do, right? Under that construct, you obligated. It's not like I'm coming to you asking you to do this. Rico, we want you to have sex with your sister, right? You're not you obligated to do what they tell you to do, right? Yeah. Whether it's moral or not, a lot of times it's more. So you had no use for it in slavery. Now you out of slavery. Do you have a use for morality in this society if you want to have things and get to where have things in life? Do you have a use for morality?
I mean, I think we should have. I don't know if the word is morality or social norms. Morality is right or wrong. So I think that's a guidance. You should have some use for some sense of morality. I don't know if you need to get your morality from religion.
Where would you get it from?
I mean, you would get it from society as a whole. I mean, morality is, it's a following a set of rules, of common decency, because that's what society says is that, we have, religion, and we take that as a society from religion. But I'm like, couldn't we do that without religion itself? Because, that's what I'm saying. With the rules of common decency, we take from religion, to be good and kind. But I'm like, we could do that without, religion is believing in a deity or a greater power. But I'm like, you can't have these rules without doing that.
Well, you can, Rico. What I'm saying is they're going to derive from some place.
Right. I don't know that.
Like you said, it's a difference between morality and societal norms, right?
Right.
So in normal society, we're gonna have to have society. We're gonna have to have rules in place just so we can interact with each other without. And if there's an issue, we can deal with it civilly, right? We don't just have to pull out a gun and kill each other, right? So we don't have to have societal norms. That ain't necessarily more moral, right? That ain't necessarily moral quandary.
That's why I just wasn't sure what I was like. Well, what are you? Because I think of some societies that have, you have, in certain structures where, some societies are devoid or have very little, very religious structure, but they do have rules. So continue on. I ain't gonna stress on it that hard.
All right, y'all. Here's how I was talking about the hypocrisy, right?
Like, question: was this prompted by the Pastor Bling that they get cases on? Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. I know why we're at. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. All right. So we're gonna watch a little bit of shout out to Von Bryant, by the way. Shout out to Von Bryant. Von Bryant said, when you have people like Pastor Jamal Bryant who wants to grow weed on the church's property, we're in trouble, right?
And can we say this? Clarence is very much a man of faith. I'm not, but none of this. I'm just saying, I don't want anybody who hear our voices to think that we taking a shot at anybody of faith. I admire all of you. So.
I'm getting them all, Rico. I'm getting them all.
But I just wanted to say that. I just wanted to say that.
Judaism.
I'm not. No, I'm saying, but I'm not even taking a shot at people who have a belief. I'm equal, fair to the people who don't believe at all. When you be
that's what I'm saying. This is a across the board question. You don't have to be in any particular faith to even answer this question. Just It's an observation of whether we think that, and I whittled it down to America, because you're right, Rico, but I whittled it down to America because this is where we're at. This is where we can all feel what's going on here.
Right.
So,
and I think we should be able to discuss faith and faith leaders when they put themselves out there in the public square by discussing everybody else, then they can be discussed. So if people be like, oh, you shouldn't be, take that up. I tell the faith leaders, hey, y'all put yourselves out there like this. So now you going to get discussed. Y'all could have just kept quiet, shut your flock, kept your mouth shut, but y'all all wanted to have an opinion and tell it. Y'all get out here in these, pro-life marches. So y'all insert yourself in the public square so you can be judged as you have judged.
Yeah.
Or opined upon, or whatever else you want to call it. So, but again, it's no shot at anybody's religion or anybody of faith. But we're gonna discuss your ass.
Yeah, thank you very much for putting that out there, bro.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna watch it. Jimmy Swaggart.
Not Uncle Jimmy. Uncle Jimmy.
He was being blackballed. He was being blackmailed.
That nigga was doing it.
He was being blackmailed, but this is the first time. He was being blackmailed.
Doing everything they said he did.
he was being blackmailed, and so he decided to come clean to the congregation. This is the first time he came clean.
If you coming clean, you ain't being blackmailed.
He was. They was trying to get some money off of him.
No, if you coming clean, you ain't being blackmailed. They was about to tell on your ass. That's what you were being.
Yeah, well, they blackmailing him, Rico, not blackball.
Nah, they black telling. Continue on. Play the video.
I have sinned against you, my Lord.
%100% chance that she would not live.
I've never read one of his books yet that I didn't like.
The news continues with the night team. Ramona Logan, Mike Snyder, Scott Chesner, and Sports Extra with Scott Murray. And now, Channel 5 News Tonight.
Good evening. TV evangelist Jimmy Swaggart is leaving his fate to the Lord and church leaders tonight after confessing that he sinned.
Tears filled his eyes as Swaggart took the pulpit in Baton Rouge, Louisiana this morning to beg forgiveness. Channel 5's Tim Herrera reports tonight Swaggart is stepping down from his powerful TV ministry while the Assembly of God Church investigates him for having an affair with a prostitute.
Jimmy Swaggart's the top-rated preacher on TV. He leads a multi-million-dollar evangelical empire. Now he's confessed to a moral mistake, and he's pulling away from the pulpit for a while.
I have sinned against you, my Lord. And I would ask that your precious blood would wash and cleanse every stain until it is in the seas of God's forgetfulness. Thank you. Thank you. And God bless you.
All right, Rico, that's Jimmy Swaggart, and Jimmy Swaggart was crying because he got caught with a prostitute. This is the first time he got caught with the prostitutes, right? Because he got caught twice, but this is the first. I mean, this is the first time he apologized. He apologized the second time, right? Because he got caught twice, and then of course he let his son take over his ministry, and now his son is, I think his son is caught up in a financial scandal as well. But these are the things that the people are saying to themselves, man. This is hypocrisy. I don't trust these people. Trust is not there. And they don't feel like these people are moral, man. And why should, if the top person of the religion is quote unquote immoral, then what chance do I have to be moral? So I just think there's a lot of different reasons why people are walking away from organized religion, right? They just saying, they choosing to say, you know what, I'm gonna follow my faith as best as I can from my home, from in my heart, from wherever. I'll do it, and I'll fellowship with like-minded people if I can find them. If not, I'm just gonna fellowship at home or with them myself. All right, man. Let's move on to number 5. Number 5 is American culture in direct conflict with most religions. Right. Most of these religions, man, the culture is of America is, money, 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 and most of these religions teach against the money. But then when you look at the pastor's lifestyle, the pastor's like the bling bling pastor, right?
And we'll say again, the Western world, because again, this is just America's. We may got a few watchers out there from different countries. Maybe Brother Vagoda. Their leaders have the same issues. And I just want to reiterate, it's definitely an American thing, but it is a Western world thing where we all worship the almighty dollar.
Right.
We do that. We bend the knee for the dollar.
Right. And so
to include these church leaders. Remember, that's how they've all fallen, worshiping at the altar of the dollar.
Right.
And then we follow them and we worship at the same altar. But it is what it is. Continue on.
Okay, so American culture in direct conflict, right? So the American culture is get that money, get that money, get that money. Most of these religions will tell you, no, it's not about the money. It's about God and about what God's word, right? But at the same time, you see this conflict because these pastors with these mega churches, they got the mansions, they got the Rolls and the Bentleys, they got the jet. Matter of fact, Rico, let me show you something, man. Let me show you something. Let me show you something, man, because I know you don't. I know you love all these pastors, man. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. Let me show you something.
Not almighty Creflo. Creflo, big dollar.
Yeah, big dollars, man.
Boy, he's a piece of work.
The thing I was immediately struck with was the design. Lots of windows, lots of space.
The finances of a church led evangelists are under close scrutiny this morning. It comes as Pastor Creflo Dollar asks his followers to buy him a $65 million private jet. Mark Strassman is outside the World Changers Church International in College Park.
Let me ask you a question, Rico. Is there a reason? Is there a problem with him getting a $65 million jet? Is there a problem with that?
There's no problem with him if he's paying for it.
Well, he is paying for it. He's using the church money to pay for it.
No, he's not. His congregation's paying for it. There's no problem with it if he's paying for it. If his congregation or donation pay for it, there's a huge fucking problem with it.
What's the problem?
The problem is that money's better spent. He's got a congregation that has more pressing needs than his black ass flying around on a private jet. He can fly commercial. He can fly commercial, Clarence. He can fly commercial. Okay. His congregation has far more pressing needs than his crusty black ass flying around on a private jet.
Rico,
they have bigger needs.
They serve steak in first class, Rico. They can.
I don't care. I said his congregation. I didn't say nothing about his black ass. His congregation, the very people that he's stealing that money for, has more pressing needs than him sitting his funky ass on a private jet. Now, if it's his money, I have no problem with it. If he hit the lottery and win $100 million, he can buy 3 jets. That's his money. But to take and transfer money from the poor who donated it for you to do something, you flying around in a private jet does not in any way enhance the message, the meaning of your message.
Well,
that's just you wanting to cover yourself in baubles and trinkets. That's all there is to it. He can fly first class, but hell no, he don't need no private jet. He don't need to be flying first class. All these other pastors all over the country flying coach. But if you want to upgrade, that's fine. But you ain't gonna spend those $65 million to buy you no private jet. That's utter bullshit.
Rico. You want the pastor to fly commercial. You know they serve peanuts in commercial.
That motherfucker should be on the bus. Right, exactly. He could build more homes for the homeless. He could have did more, soup kitchen. He could have done more for the
Right.
stick and shut it in. He could have
Right.
done two. Those are more pressing. He could have been helping people with their half his parishioners out here getting GoFunds to goddamn get buried.
Yeah, that's true.
That's what I'm
true.
saying. Come on, man. Nah, I don't want to hear that.
Okay,
I don't want to hear
so
it. Fuck him.
I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna play it, but he's gonna say that, hey, look, you know, I got these ministries over in Haiti, I got these ministries over in Africa.
Nah,
I
his
need to be
black
able to
ass
get
over
over
there
there.
like everybody else. His planes going to Haiti and Africa every day. Every day there is a plane leaving from America that goes to Haiti and Africa, and it's a seat for his black ass. That's all there is to it. So he can explain it any way he wants. You have to dumb yourself down to accept the bullshit.
Okay, so your argument is that the money could be spent better. I agree with you.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. So let's see what he got to say.
That's called waste. In the government, when you call that waste, that's like, oh, you spend $500 for a toilet seat. You know, when the GSA go through, they're like, no, that's waste. You don't spend money on foolish, trivial shit like that. When we see that in our tax dollars, we rail and scream and holler. Nobody wants to be throwing away money on stupid stuff like that, and that's exactly what he's doing.
All right. Well, let's see, man. Maybe he got a good reason why he needs a jet, man.
Okay.
Park, Georgia. Mark, good morning.
Good morning. This church behind me is like any house of worship. It is nonprofit and tax exempt, but it is also highly controversial. Most recently, when the pastor asked the faithful to help him travel the world in style.
Dream for the best house. Dream for the best car.
He's a pastor named Dollar who preaches the prosperity gospel. The more you give, the more you shall receive.
Just because the world don't have it, don't mean you can't have it.
Creflo Dollar's sermons pack his 8,500-seat megachurch. His ministry has prospered with satellite churches in at least a dozen states and hundreds of thousands of online followers.
I am the resurrection.
Dollar owns this multi-million-dollar mansion and condo. In March, his website asked the faithful to help him buy something else.
To give contributions of $300 or more.
A $65 million Gulfstream G650 jet, the top of the line in luxury air travel. One church member, Mary Jones, plans on answering the pastor's call, even though she rides the bus 20 miles every Sunday to Dollar's church.
We support our pastor. That's what we're here for. Work that.
Wait a minute. Wait. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna ride. I'm gonna get on the bus.
Yep.
But I'm gonna give you $300 so you can get you a Gulfstream jet.
Yep.
What is wrong with us, man?
and then for him to know this shit and still take that money from them people shows the piece of shit he is.
Sister Annie said maybe you need his jet to carry his Bibles, man. You're right, Sister. Maybe you got some special Bibles, man. You don't want them to
because
somebody else.
And the thing is, as a pastor, two things cross my mind. He's aware of the financial shortcomings of a good number of his congregation, or if he isn't, he should be.
I mean,
how do you tend the flock that you don't know? That's the problem with these mega churches in the first fucking place. How they tending the flock that they don't know? He got 9,000 members. He don't know them. He don't know them. A handful of them. It's a fucking hierarchy, and the bulk of what's funding that church is not those few people at the top. He's insulated from the poor people. Like that woman at the bottom, he would walk right past her ass. She attend his church probably 3-4 days a week. He walked right past her. Because in our community, we claim a church like a church claims us.
Right.
Black people, oh, that's my church right there. Mount Tabernacle of the Third Church in Jesus' name and Christ. And nobody in that church even know your ass. So you claim something that won't claim you, and people love to be affiliated with these mega churches. It's a symbol. It's like fashion. Like oh, I wear Gucci, so I gotta go to a Gucci church. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's a weird way of thinking about things. And then it's also for me, it's always been like sort of like in the middle. It's like can't stand the mega churches. A little unsure about the little storefront. Because the storefront, I know they starting out, but it's like, they sound real good. Don't get me wrong.
Okay.
But I'm like, how long they gonna stay that way? You know, that because most of these mega churches, they started out storefront.
Yeah.
But it's like, what the fuck happened along the way?
Well, Rico, you get so much money, man, and then it starts
There
coming
it
in
is.
regular.
But hey, we talking about religion now. You supposed to be stronger than money. The lure of money is not supposed to take a righteous man down the wrong path. Not the lure of money. But they let money do it. They let a piece of ass do it.
Well, they're just men, Rico. They're just men.
But
I mean,
that's why
you can put a good suit on them, and you can put a good suit on them and a good sermon in them. But they just, when they come down to the end of it, they're just men.
So that's why people are walking away from the religion as a whole, because you can see the emperor has no clothes. You can see the wizard behind the curtain.
Right, and it's ugly. It's ugly.
Yeah, I wouldn't follow that shit either. And I mean, like I said, I know, like, I wasn't brought up in the church, you know. I did attend services periodically, sometimes with my grandmother, sometimes with some friends, but my mother didn't bring us up in the church, and I didn't bring my kids up in the church either. I told them, you figure out your spirituality of your own, because at 58 years of age, I ain't worked mine out yet, so I'm certainly not. And every time I think, you know, I start, you know, let me be honest, all throughout my life, I've dabbled in religion, several different types of religion. It's always been some shit in there that turned me off.
Yeah.
And it's I got a strong vein of skepticism about certain things. And pretty much the only thing in my life that I've ever really signed up for a period of time and actually followed was the military. I did it in there to get out of the neighborhood, good job prospects and stuff like that. And that worked well for me. But that was a difficult thing for me too, because like none of my kids, we can't do, even the ones in college can't do no fraternities and sororities. Because I'm like, I ain't giving up my freedom for another motherfucker to tell me what to do. And I always see flaws with them. It's hard to do that. But, you know, I think it's healthy to do it.
Well, see, the thing is, it's cool if you fellowshipping with people that are like-minded, and the righteousness is the main thing, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, we're gonna need some money, right? We got to pay the bills here.
Yeah, I understand that.
We got to do that, and so, and of course, the pastor shouldn't be there for free. I mean, you know what I'm saying? If he's going to put his time in to build the sermons and stuff, but when you get to there should be a line of demarcation where, okay, now this is not from we taking care of the pastor. It has gone to opulence. Now, I mean, opulence is cool, like you said, if you doing it on your own.
Yeah, if you do it on your own, you're doing it on your own, right?
Yeah, but if you're opulent because of the parishioners, then maybe some of that opulence could be spent, like you guys said, homeless shelter, women's shelter, men's shelter, you know, kids shelter.
Aren't they being nothing but the money changers?
I mean, depends on what because if you ask them, they got a lot of services.
I don't care about asking them. I'm saying from my perspective, looking at it, I'm like the story in the Bible about the money changer. I'm like, y'all look just like them. I mean, they'll tell you sin ain't sin if you listen to it.
Right.
But I'm like, I know what sin is, so it's not even about no, it's not according to them. They can't, you know, like we talk about, they can't decide that, you know, like this whole, like I said, this whole prosperity preaching thing, they just made that shit up. They just made that up. And then when they made it up, people accepted it. They accepted it, that, oh, that's an acceptable thing, where before it was nothing, it didn't exist.
Okay. So
I'm like, they just made this shit up. They just said a thing was a thing that's not a thing. And now that's how the TD Jakes, the Creflo Dollar, Joel Osteen, it's a Benny Hinn, it's a plethora of them. And then they had the boy with the university down here in Virginia, and he was letting his wife get fucked by the gay pool boy. Yes, that's all in the news. He took over for his father. I think it's Swaggart.
Oh yeah. I was just talking about him.
The guy we just saw is Swaggart, right?
Right, his son.
No, so
right.
then it's Franklin. Then I think.
Wait.
It's the son of one of them that had the sex scandal.
Yeah, well, I think it was
maybe Franklin. I think it's Franklin. Huh?
You said Dennis Franklin?
No, it's I think it may be Kenneth Franklin. Yeah, he's like in his 50s.
Kenneth Copeland.
Copeland. Is it Copeland?
Is that who you're talking about, Kenneth Copeland?
He was a pastor of the university in Virginia. Hang on, I'll tell you the name of him in a second.
Yeah, man, because I think you're talking about Swaggart's son.
Nah.
He's in the middle of something right now too. So, but anyway, what's going on, Ron?
What is going on, man? Listen, what's happening with the church? I mean, Lord, it's turned into the church of the poison mind. You know, it's like what is going on? And please, brother Clarence, you would be remiss if you didn't talk about that Jamal Bryant that wants to get the black men on the property of the church, so that he can teach them how to raise.
I want you to tell me about that. I heard about
so that he can teach them how to raise cannabis. You know.
Yeah.
Isn't that something? Now, not farm, not teach them how to farm. And
Jerry Falwell Jr. Falwell Jr.
Okay,
that's what we're talking about.
Okay.
Jerry Falwell Jr. He was in charge of Liberty University in Virginia.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah. Oh, I did a story on that. Yeah, you're right.
Right. And he the pool boy was sleeping with his wife while he sit in the corner and watch.
Wow. Yeah, because he was videotaping. Yeah.
He was swinging into that freaky deaky shit. So
yeah.
And he was, and they really got on him because he was a pro-Trump guy and all that shit, and was kicking students out of school because they got an honor code where they ain't supposed to have sex, but you got the pool boy banging your wife, and they got busted on was on the boat trip, and somebody took a picture, and he had his hand down in this woman's pants. Nice. They got the picture of it.
Nice.
Yeah. Jerry Falwell Jr. Yeah.
Oh, man, you know, it's unfortunate that we see this often, you know, in you know, the black church, man, we really have become to have a bad reputation. You know, it didn't be that way. You know, the people were more sincere back in the day. You know, they seeked God. You know, it wasn't all about money and fame and mega churches. And, you know, it was about being in the presence of God. But man, nowadays, you know, and for me to hear this brother, you know, it saddens my heart to hear him say that, you know, his particular church, which, you know, he took over and I'm talking about Jamal Bryant, which I'm in no relationship to, by the way.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm positive on that.
Check on your mother, cousin, uncle.
Yeah. I did research. But for him to say that his church has a huge amount of property, you know, it has the most property than any church in the United States, as far as he's, you know, stating. And he thought it would be a good idea to, and these are his words, you know, to grow weed. I'm just going to call it weed. You know, you can put a nice name on it like cannabis, but weed, you know. He said, and you know what he said that was saddening? He said, and you know, I can get all of the young black boys, you know, or the black men, the black boys, I believe he said, and teach them, at least I'm teaching them how to farm, and it would give them an incentive to come and join the church.
Pull that picture up, Clarence.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, what do you think of that, Brother Clarence? Would the Nation of Islam grow cannabis, or do they grow cannabis?
No.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm just trying to figure out what is the logic in that? What is the logic in that? You know, instead of you saying, wow, we have a lot of land and I want to teach the brothers how to farm. Why aren't you teaching them how to grow greens and corn and food? You see what I'm saying? You know, and that's a good trade as well, you know. But it's all about money. It's all about money. So I mean, yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Juan. No, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just thoroughly shocked that you know, how the church has conformed to the world. You know what I'm saying? The Bible says, be not conformed to the world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. But we are constantly conforming to what the world is doing instead of being separate, instead of being unique. And so that's what saddens me about the situation.
But check this out. This picture, that's the guy, Jerry Falwell, right?
Okay.
You see him, right?
Yes.
That's not his wife. That's not his wife.
Okay.
That's somebody that works. You see his pants open, right?
Holy smokes.
Yeah, he got his pants unbuttoned, open, zipper down, hers too.
Oh, man.
And got a drink in his hand, talking about more vacation shots.
Like they say, just nasty.
Right. Lots of good friends, business on the yacht. And I'm like, I'm serious.
Rico, maybe they full, Rico. They
well,
full.
okay. Why he got it? That's not his wife he hugged up on like that.
Rico, that could maybe his daughter, Rico.
No, bro.
No.
That's somebody who worked
that's even listen, that's even worse, Brother Clarence.
Right.
That better not be.
I'm trying to find some way for him out, man. I'm trying to find some way for him out. All right, man. So Jay Falwell Jr., man, yeah, man, it's not looking good.
Because what's his father name? But yeah, his father name is
Jerry
because
Falwell.
his father's he's a big evangelical preacher.
Yes.
Had TV shows all the time.
Very popular. Very popular.
Was it
minister.
Christian Broadcasting Network or something?
Yes, he was the one that Jim Baker said, "Hey, look, why don't you? Can you watch this? Can you watch this? The TBN or whatever it was at the time. Can you watch this for me? I got to go take it," because he was going through all that scandal. He said, "You take over for me for a little while. I'll be back after I get myself together." And Falwell just took it. Falwell just took it over, man. Just took it, man. Took it from him. But what did he do? He had to do 5 years in jail.
But you know what? But you know what, Brother Clarence and Brother Rico? Listen, at some point, when these people are getting over on everybody, at some point you have to look at the parishioners as well, because listen, come on, why are you allowing someone to hoodwink you? Why are you allowing someone to pull the wool over your eyes? What is it about you that makes you so
gullible?
Gullible. That's a good word for it. You see, the Bible says that a fool and his money will soon be departed. Very good statement, because it's very true, right? You see what I'm saying? And so we're giving to the church, and we're neglecting our electric bill. We're giving to the church, and our car notes are behind. We're giving to the church, and the gas is about to get cut off. We're giving to the church, but we don't have food in our refrigerator. What's going on?
That's silly. But I'm gonna tell you out there, and this is specifically for us as Black people. We never were taught how to think critically. We were never taught how to think critically. Oh, just do it, and that God will make a way. Right?
Yeah. I mean, I'll give you that, because I say we may not have been taught to think critically, but we were never taught to think stupidly. But we were, I do believe, because
we wasn't taught to think at all, Rico.
Right, I know, but I'm just sitting there saying is, even though I wasn't taught to think at all, doesn't mean I'm going to do something. Basically, without me thinking, if I bang my head on the wall, why would I keep repeating the same action if I know what the end result? Like, as they say, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. So I get that. I would think anybody would learn. You stub your toe, you burn your hand, stay away from that. That's not a good thing. But I think why we keep going into it is because we were indoctrinated since we came over here, since we were stolen from a stolen land. They beat their religion into us. And we've learned that, and part of the religion says that while I toil and suffer, I'll be delivered. So some of us are even believing, oh, it's hard here, but it's going to be. I'm like, you know what? It might be heaven on the other side, but goddamn it, ain't got to be hell on this side. It don't have to be. I don't see where it said I must go through hell. I may go through it.
Exactly.
It doesn't say I must go through it.
But
exactly. And while we're pouring into these shysters, come on, listen, ladies and gentlemen, charity begins at home.
Yes.
Come on, take care of your household. And then God will bless you with extra so that you could donate or give or share. See, he's always going to give you something to share. You see what I'm saying? But you have to, your charity has to begin at home. You see, your children are going to school with rundown shoes, but you're donating $200 and $300 to the church.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, where is the logic in that?
And they got these elders leaving this earth, leaving everything they got to the church.
Yeah, and a lot of, listen, and a lot of elderly people are doing that too.
Right. They're leaving all their worldly possessions, which is not a bad thing if you an only not married, no kids. Okay, I'll give you that. But how the hell you got children and grandchildren? And I'm not saying that I'm, gonna leave a bunch to my kids, but I ain't leaving it to no church. Shit, I'm trying to spend my last dollar before I go out of here. They tell me, Rico, you got 30 days. Oh, I'm going on a motherfucking spending, borrowing spree. I'm running up credit cards, taking out loans. Yeah. That's how I want to go. I want to go out in debt. But if there's anything left, I'll tell them, give it to my kids.
Yeah.
But I don't intend on leaving nothing. But if there's anything left, the property and anything that's left, divide it up. Actually, let's go to my grandkids. Fuck my kids. I don't trust them. I'm skipping the generation. But I'm skipping the generation. I'm just flat out. No, I seen what my kids gonna do with it. I got my fingers crossed that the grandkids gonna do better. I don't know. But I'm not gonna leave it to the church. You see what I'm saying? And that's not like I wouldn't leave something to the church. I feel like my children and grandchildren need it more. And I don't know if the church is going to be there for them. So what I look like giving it to the church, and the church out here donating it to politics or whatever the hell else they doing. And in this situation,
they're supporting politicians. You're absolutely right.
Right. I donated to him and he want a fucking jet. I didn't leave my money for you to buy no jet. I left my money for you to help poor people. But you don't have no say over it once you leave it. That's the crazy part. So you're right, Vaughn. Charity begins at home, and that's important.
Yeah, and listen. It's okay to donate and support your church or with whatever projects they have, but that's not the only place that you can be supporting. There's homeless shelters that you can support. There's so many other ways to give. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? And God looks at it the same way. Give. That's the point. Give. Yeah.
Very true. Very, very true.
All right. So like I said, our people, man, they haven't never really been taught to think, right? Because when they were given instructions from the slave master, or even the pastor on behalf of the slave master, they were always given instructions that was, not good for them, right? And so, and then when the slave master give you instruction, you don't have to think. Nobody have to ask you to think. You have to critically think about nothing. Just go bale that hay, because I told you so. Why? Because I told you so. You don't have to think, right? Sometimes we even teach our children like that. Why I have to do this? Because I said so. So we pushing each other away from critically thinking, right? A child asks you why, say, look, son, because the reason why is because I got your best interest at heart and I want you to just do it. At least give them a reason. But sometimes we don't even realize, because we'll tell them in a minute. Black people tell their children in a minute, don't ask me no questions. Just go do it, right? And in the military, that makes sense, right? Because you're moving out, you're in a conflict, you ain't got time to explain everything. But if you're not, then we have to talk to our children and tell them. We got to give them, like you said another day, Vaughn. Hey, I got to tell my child what's going on, because they're gonna ask, right? Yeah. And if they can't get answers from us, where they gonna go get the answer from? The street, right? They'll go out the street and get an answer. If they can't get an answer from us, they ask a question and they can't get a straight answer, they're gonna go out to the street and try to get a straight answer. So I'm saying all that to say that our people have been taught to not critically think, right? And so we have to understand. Well, we don't have to, but we should at least try to understand that, and then try to educate them and try to say, hey, look, like you guys are saying, does this make sense? You getting on the bus and get on the bus and ride an hour, but you're gonna get $300 so Creflo Dollar can have a jet. Does that make sense? What would make more sense? It make more sense for you to buy a car and spend $150 on your own car and maybe give him $50 to build a homeless shelter. That makes sense, right? Or more sense, right? So our people just don't know, man. They think there's some kind of nobility in failing and failing and failing and failing and failing, right? Because
now, how much did the jet cost again? How much was that?
65 million.
Okay, now listen. You know, a lot of people in his congregation are on the bus.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that how many cars could you get with that type of money?
Right.
How many cars could you purchase? No, I'm just asking approximately.
I mean, I don't know, but I mean, but even beyond that,
it would be a lot of cars, right?
I want to say, like, the churches here, the one I go to, the 1 or 2 times
economy car.
They have a bus that the church have buses to go out and pick congregants up. So they don't have
2,600 cars. You can get 2,600 cars.
Now look at that. Now watch this. How
$25,000
awesome would that have been if he had done something like that for those mothers who are trying to figure a way out how to get back and forth?
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Or those who don't have a car that really need a car. You see what I'm saying? Man, see, you would have got great points for that. Like, but we don't think of that. We want the glitz. We want the bling. You know,
Oprah, look, this was crazy. Oprah out here giving away cars, and this nigga ain't.
Yeah, come on, man.
Yeah,
right?
You see what I'm saying?
Oprah had to stop doing that. Oprah had to stop doing that.
Look, she was doing
it. Look, how much
look,
better?
She was doing it.
Look,
I ain't heard not one time about this Negro giving out no car.
Wait, look, watch this, Brother Rico. How much better would your parishioners be able to attend church?
Exactly.
See?
Exactly.
That would be a much better PR situation, right?
What are we doing? Oh yeah, you got to play this because I want you to listen carefully when Brother Clarence plays this. And please, I need your honest opinion on this, gentlemen, because I want to talk about this on one day.
No, we'll talk about it right
now.
Okay, good, definitely.
Like, how are you leading in this effort to try to change the narrative, or are you just saying, you know what, this is what I'm going to do and help the people that are in my congregation? How are you making sure that more people think like this, or at least have this type of conversation so that they can try to change their thought process?
Yes, because I'm mindful that I'm not after Christians. I'm after people who don't go to church. And a lot of churches are just recycling people from other churches. That's not who I'm after. I'm looking for people that smell like weed. I'm at their place.
Pause. Now, I'm looking for people who smell like weed. Come on, Negro, you getting on national television talking like this? I'm looking for people that smell like weed.
Yeah.
You know, it's like he could smell the money in it.
I know what he's saying, but he certainly used the wrong words for
it. Yeah. Oh, wait.
He should have said, I'm looking for people who need a second chance.
Yeah, now watch this. Look, keep going.
Hey, but Vaughn, I'm going to say this, Vaughn. I'm going to give you one little kernel of information you may not know.
Okay.
And I'm not trying to explain this shit at all. But just to give you a little background, this nigga from Baltimore.
Okay.
So just to give you some background.
Okay. Not Baltimore.
Baltimore.
It's Baltimore.
So and my brother Von Erich say, Rico.
Yeah, they do have a definite accent.
Rico.
You know.
So
Rico, the NAACP, Rico.
There's a video.
That may have a lot to do with some of his ghetto ass tendencies. Because he also had that history of I think he didn't have like a 1 or 2 outside babies. I know he had several affairs.
1 or 2, yeah.
Come on, yeah, he's yeah.
So that
he's definitely not representing.
I'm surprised, but I'm not wildly surprised. So continue on. I just said that for anybody who didn't know.
Okay.
All right. Moving on. But let me say this last thing. Our people have been taught and conditioned that poverty is a window into nobility, right? For being poor and being unlearned is that's some kind of way noble, and therefore by being poor and being unlearned, God is going to have a better look upon us better, because We ain't trying to use all these big words, right?
Who told you? What the fuck?
I'm talking about our people, especially the older people. They feel like this a lot of times.
Nah, I don't think that's true.
They feel no.
I don't know.
You the truth, Rico.
I don't know. It's hard for me to believe that.
Okay, then just listen.
Okay, I'm just saying it's hard for me to believe that.
A lot of them, just like that old lady that got on the bus, right? They feel like, hey, I'm doing good because I'm sacrificing and putting myself in this situation.
But I'm
promoting God's man. So
right,
God's man.
But what I'm saying is, right, I do believe that. But I don't think that they think that poor people are more favored or stupider people are more favored. I don't even think they think they're as dumb as they are.
No,
I don't think they think they are.
They feel like that position where of poverty is a sacrifice or some type of nobility. There's some nobility in it. By doing that, you are sacrificing and therefore making God you putting that money into God's man's hand.
Is that anywhere? But that's not anywhere in any scripture.
No.
Okay,
Well,
okay.
it says a meek shall inherit the earth, right? The meek shall inherit the earth, right? So, so if enough people would tell you that, then you felt like, oh, because and here's another one. It says it's going to be easier for a rich man to pass through the eye of a needle
than to get into
heaven, right? So taking that into account, they say, well, it's probably better for me not to be rich because if I'm rich, I ain't going to heaven.
Right.
And I don't care if you're rich or not rich. You know how you gonna go? You can't take it with you, right? So, but anyway, all right. So let's finish up with Jamal Bryant. Right?
Okay.
Let's see. Here we go.
Sean, really is New Birth is the largest land-owning Black church in America.
Wow.
And so my position to my deacons is, why aren't we not raising cannabis? I'll be able to bring in Black males. They're able to do it legally. I'm teaching them farming.
Oh my God.
I'm helping them to enhance the ecosystem. This is the kind of conversation. So if the guy, Black boy in Bankhead said, they growing weed at the church, where do I join?
Yes.
I don't need no pamphlet for him.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Come on. You know what? That is the most asinine.
Vaughn, I need
listen.
you to answer this question for me. I need you to answer this question. It's a very critical question. What is the inherent problem with him growing weed at the church? What is the inherent problem there?
Well, we all know that marijuana, weed, reefers, whatever you want to call it, has been, and study shows that it has been a gateway drug, for you to start doing other things. You see what I'm saying?
I disagree.
Okay, and that's fine. Listen, that's fine if you disagree, but I just wanted to throw that out there. You see what I'm saying? So when you're growing a substance, which is, I know the medicinal aspect of it, so I'm very much aware of that. But I don't believe that he's growing it for that, because even in these dispensaries, a lot of these people are getting it so that they can get high. People are getting high. The church is promoting people to get high. The Bible says that we should be of a sober mind. And a lot of, and you can see the actions and the effects of the weed when the young people are smoking it. Come on. What are they doing? What are they doing? They're smoking weed all day, right? What are they accomplishing while they're smoking the weed? You see what I'm saying? So and then for you to say Black boys, this is what really burns my wick right here. As if Black boys should learn this process. That's the only incentive that you can come up with, Negro, to pull these young Black men in. You see what I'm saying? What a disgrace that is to me. What a disgrace that is to me. See, now while you're growing this, what kind of security are you going to have? See, people are greedy. Some of the people some of these young boys that you want to work, that you want them to work in your field. See, they're going to be clipping your supply. I mean, what are we doing here? That's not the responsibility of the church, is to grow weed. Why don't you just plant opium? Hello? Come on. Why don't you plant opium? Why don't you open up 10? Why don't you open up 10 liquor stores on your church lot?
So do you think, okay, Ron, with that, with that logic,
he should be ashamed of himself to represent the church that way.
Now I agree with everything else you said except the gateway, but every other word I agree with.
Okay.
100%.
Now, and when I say gateway, that doesn't mean for everyone.
Right.
But it has been a gateway. So let me change that phrasing around. It has been a gateway for some.
Okay, I could accept that.
Yeah,
I don't think
and you know, but my thing is the church.
But every other word I agree.
Listen, the church is not a pharmaceutical distributor,
and they shouldn't be doing it at all. Now, what I could see, this is what I.
Why aren't you teaching the black boys how to grow field food so that they can learn how to work with the soil in their hands and grow food? This is what I could have seen him saying.
This is the only way I could have seen him saying. Was that now? And I'm assuming he said that the church is the largest black land owning church in the country. I'm assuming all that land is not where the church sits. I'm assuming he probably talking about we got farmland in other places where they would do the growing. I'm assuming. I don't know that to be true or not, but I'm gonna try to be a little bit. But even in that case, it would make more sense if he said, because we're the church and we own the land, we'll lease it out to someone else to do that business.
What's the difference?
But they shouldn't be affiliated with it in any way because, as Brother Vaughn said, it sends the wrong message. And number two, the belief that he said,
you doing it or you leasing it to them?
No. He's talking about them doing it themselves.
But I'm saying, what's the difference? If they do it themselves or lease it out to
you can lease the land and you can lease the land and have no control over what someone does with the land. You know what I'm saying?
You have total control over what they do with the land because you're the landlord.
Huh?
You have total control over what they do with the land.
It all depends on what's in, but it all depends. I can at least say, look, I'm gonna lease 20 acres from you, and then I'll decide what I'm gonna do with it. Obviously, I can't build on it, but I might want to do concerts. I may want to do classes. I may want to do a variety of things. Is what I'm saying. I'm not saying anything permanent. Or I may want to grow crops. Weed is a crop. But what I'm saying is, if I lease land to you for you to use, then I can create some sort of, I know he just said but the way he's putting is, I'm the church, what is it called? New Birth? This is gonna be New Birth Weed Farm.
Eddie Long's old church. He took over that church.
And I wouldn't want to put
Did you know that?
Yeah.
I did not
know that. I wouldn't want to put the name of the church on the weed farm, like Vaughn said, if it was a liquor store or if it was opium, that might be what you're doing because society say you can do it. I don't want the church name on it because here's the perfect example, right?
But you know what, brother Clarence, that's just like, hey, let's sell cocaine on the side, but we don't want the church's name on it.
But let me tell you this though, one thing that some people don't realize.
We'll get back to that more.
Real quick, a lot of these slumlord apartments and buildings and things that are owned in these inner cities, churches own a lot of shit that people are not aware that they own.
I agree.
Let's be clear about that, and not even talk about the Vatican. They own all kinds of shit that people don't know they own.
The Vatican is a whole other story, brother.
I think their hand is in a whole bunch of debauchery and stuff.
But what I'm saying is that, but at least by keeping their name off of it, it creates. But he's saying, "Oh, we're gonna do it, and this is gonna help me bring young black men into the church." I'm like, nigga, they're not coming to church with you just so they can smoke no weed. They can smoke it without you. They don't need to come to church. I don't see how. Oh, I'll let you grow weed. That's going to compel these young men to come in and seek Christ. I don't see where he got that from. Now, if he said we need to make some money, that's one thing.
I think his argument is
congregants from it.
I think his argument is that because of the weed, there's a separation between church people and people in the street, right?
Half the niggas in his congregation probably smoke weed anyway. They just ain't telling him.
I agree, of course, obviously, right? But what I'm saying is I believe that's his argument.
But nobody's not saying, but Clarence, nobody's not saying I'm not gonna go to church because they won't let me smoke weed. Nobody's saying that.
No.
So there's no separation. The people.
No. That's his argument. I don't think it's real. I mean, I don't think it's a
but
valid
what I'm saying
argument.
is, he's saying by us getting into the weed business, it's going to entice people to come into the church. I'm like, the weed smokers that wanted to go to church was already there.
That's true.
They're already there.
They're already there.
The ones who don't want to go to church, all the weed you have, that's not going to make me want to go.
We can get more weed smokers, Rico. We can get more weed smokers.
But for the
Catholic church up the street, the Catholic church up the street from me let you drink. I don't need to go to their church to drink.
More weed smokers are going to put more money in the pot.
No, it will
not.
Yeah,
but you know what? The fact that he said young black boys, you see what I'm saying? Now you're playing this Pied Piperish spirit. You see what I'm saying? The young black boys. You ain't said nothing about no white boys. Why gotta only be black boys? You know, he put his foot definitely in his mouth. And I definitely have lost a great deal of respect for him. You know, I can understand infidelity. These things happen. You know, I have my opinion on that. You know, why are we getting up here being hypocritical when we're not even doing right in our own households? You see what I'm saying? But for you to drag young black men, you know, into such a thing. You see what I'm saying? When you have so many young black men that are incarcerated, see what I'm saying? Before this stuff was legalized.
But I want you guys to give me a
figure out how to get them out of jail.
Wait a minute. I want you guys to get easy, Vaughn. Easy, Vaughn.
Okay, I'm gonna pull it in. I'll pull it in. I'll pull it in.
Get his ass, Vaughn.
I'll put it in 5 notches.
Okay, so I want you guys to give me a good answer. What is the difference between them growing it themselves or them letting somebody else grow it on the property? What's the difference?
I'm telling you, because when you're
not giving me a good answer though, Rico.
I'm giving you the answer. You're not accepting it. It's a difference between you. What there is a profound difference.
Okay. So if let me give you an example of the logic that you're using. So, I want to get sex workers to come into the church. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut off a portion of the land. If you just pull your car in there, you can have sex with these sex workers in your car right there. And after you get done doing that, you can just come right into the church.
Right. Yep.
That's the same logic.
No, it's not. Because here's the difference. Here's the difference. You're not.
But I get somebody outside to run the parking lot.
You're not doing but here's the difference. That here is the fine line of business that you are not accepting. You're not allowing somebody to go out there into the parking lot and have sex. I'm going to lease this land to Clarence down the street.
I know they're doing it.
Again, you make between me giving you that land for your use, and then what you subsequently decide to do with it is one thing, as opposed to me giving you that land for you to do that thing, or saying I'm going to do it. So if I say I'm doing it, so in other words, if somebody get hurt on the business, they won't come and sue the church. If I lease it to you, they get hurt on the business, they sue your ass. Clarence is running that business, not the church.
Okay, so now let me say this.
Liability comes into,
okay, so listen.
That's a separation.
Okay, so let me just throw this out there. Let me.
Yes, they will try to sue it. But the reality is this: is that if for you to open a business, you usually have to be bonded and licensed and insured. So they're going to go after the business that's run on the property first, before they go after the property owner.
Okay, so I got bonded and licensed. I can have prostitutes out here, and
so there's separation because you're doing it. I'm not doing it, and I'm not.
But wait a minute.
That's okay.
Now let me understand. So, Brother Rico, what you're saying is you do have ties to what's going on.
If
you see what I'm saying, you are. Wait. Listen. You are affiliated somehow with it. Is that can we say that?
Yeah, yes.
So in the scenario that you're talking about,
yes,
you know, let's just use the church. You know, the church would still have some type of tie to it, right?
Yes.
Okay, so whatever happened to guilty by association.
Association. Yeah, you still have that.
Okay, so that part right there alone should
Right.
let you know that you're guilty by association. You
And
see
I'm
what
not
I'm saying? Just because you didn't rob the bank, but you drove the getaway car.
Right, but
See,
here's the thing.
you're
what I'm
guilty by
saying-
association.
But when I offered that solution, it wasn't to say that it was perfect. I just said it's better than me saying, hey, I'm going to do it. So in other words, one thing that most churches do with a lot of their land, you know what they do? They lease the land for people to open schools on.
Oh,
People
man.
do it all the time.
Yeah.
So now
It's like
schools are
it's so
selling
much
like
it's so
crazy,
much things
but
you
the
can
churches
do.
say that's not affiliated with us. That's a separate entity and business.
But wouldn't you agree, Brother Clarence? I mean, Brother Rico, wouldn't you agree that there would be more better things since you have all of this land,
Yes.
that you could be doing with the land?
Yes, absolutely.
You
I
see
think
what
it's
I'm
a
saying?
dumbass idea. I'm just trying to help the brother a little bit. I think because the reason why I say with churches, I know churches that run schools in their building, but when churches, they only do it for Sunday, and the rest of the time they lease that structure to someone to run a school.
Yeah. Both my sons went to schools like that. Yeah.
Right. So
Just
it's
charter
like,
schools like that.
but it's like, look, whatever that school is,
Oh man.
Clarence Williams School of Dummies.
Hey,
Okay.
Brother Clarence.
That ain't got nothing to do with me.
Brother
Yes,
Clarence,
sir.
I just had a horrible thought in my head just now. You know, and you know, I can just see the commercial now of the miracle weed. See, the miracle weed. Miracle weed.
Lord.
Not the miracle spring water, but you know, miracle weed. You know, this will get you closer to the Holy Spirit.
I took one hit and I got $40,000 check in the
see,
mail.
look, that's right. I
hit
rubbed
that
some of it
blunt.
I rubbed some of it on my knee, and guess what?
Hey, Vaughn,
I hit
hey,
the
Vaughn
blunt,
and
and
Sister
then I got
Emmy.
$40,000 in the mail.
Hey, Vaughn, look, Clarence would be up in that church after he hit that first joint, talking about, I'm not gay no more. I'm not gay no more. I delivered.
All right.
That's it right there. Oh man.
Maybe I had to do it, man. Maybe I had to do it. Rico, why can't you say that? You made me have to do it, man. Right? Okay,
But
see,
here's the thing.
y'all.
Why isn't it there more? You know, and I could imagine that a lot of the churches are outraged, you know, by this, you know, by what he's suggesting. Yeah, it just puts them in a bad light, you know. So
Okay, but here's the thing, y'all. See, as a business, okay, I'm down here in Los Angeles. Many cannabis growers down here. Many, right? But why is it? What's the fundamental reason why the church would look down upon the pastor? Now, well, let me talk from the nation perspective. From a nation perspective,
yeah, I'd like to hear that. I'd like to hear that.
Yeah, we were told not to even smoke cigarettes. We were told to stay away.
And you have to look at that aspect of it too, right?
Any kind of intoxicant we were supposed to stay away from, right? And then, but now you have people that are using this for medical purposes, right? Right? Should we say to them, well, because we were told to not use this as an intoxicant, but this is the only thing that relieves the pain that you're going through. Should we tell you to stay away from it? So
now, if it's for medical purposes, then it should come in a medical form. You know what I'm saying? Not a blunt.
It should, but
you see what I'm saying? Now I understand that some people are using the CBD oil in different areas, rubbing it on,
that's not medical
joints.
That's not medical form. It's not medically. It's not. This has nothing to do with the medical profession. It's just people putting it together. It's not. There's no medical place.
Oh, okay. See, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. But
No,
I mean, just for instance,
illegal.
Brother Clarence, they, now they use cocaine for medical purposes. You know that, right?
Well, no, I was not aware of that, but I know they used to. I don't know if they're still doing it, but okay. So
yeah, I believe they still do.
Yeah, they still using cocaine.
Yeah, and and if you look way back, cocaine used to be in Coca-Cola, if you could imagine that.
I mean,
that's crazy right there.
And they used to feed it to kids on the farms to get them out there to work all day.
But they also still give
crazy.
patients morphine, and that's just a form of heroin.
Right.
Yeah.
Morphine is used to treat pain all the time, every day.
Right.
I don't think it's the church's. It's not the church's business.
The difference between morphine and weed, Rico, is morphine.
I'm saying morphine and heroin. I know it's a difference.
No, not heroin. I'm talking about morphine. You can get morphine you can get a prescription for morphine. I'm saying you can't get a prescription for you can get a prescription for medicinal marijuana, but it's not FDA approved, right? It's not FDA approved.
Yes, it is.
Medicinal
FDA license. They don't give out but so many of those.
No. Rico. The federal government does not give out licenses for marijuana.
No. I'm sorry. You got to get a specific prescription for it, and they give you the joints even when you smoke.
Right. The state will do that, but federally, marijuana is still illegal.
Yes,
federally it's still illegal.
Whatever.
So the federal government, therefore, the federal government is not regulating how this marijuana is cultivated, what's being added to it. None of that stuff is being regulated, right?
There was a few. Let me see. I thought there was a few exceptions to that. I'm not sure.
No. The federal government is still illegal.
Look, I thought I heard somewhere.
Because that was supposed to be one of the big things Barack Obama was supposed to take care of, and he never pulled the trigger on that one. So, but anyway, so it's still legal as far as I know. As far as I know, it's still illegal federally. So therefore, it's the states that are actually opening it up, right? Because
you can register. It's hard to get through the DEA. You can register for a federal applicant. Can register under the Controlled Substance Act to manufacture marijuana to supply researchers. Okay, so that's different. I was talking about
that's different. That's not people that's actually selling it out.
Yeah. You're right.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, and then doctors can, a doctor can prescribe it within the state, but the feds ain't gonna. The feds are not the ones that's regulating that situation. But anyway, man, let's. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, just another little last point, and then too, he didn't think that through. I mean, in order for you to do something or to be able to pull something like that off, I mean, you have to have security and all kind of things you're going to have to invest in order for this to come off the right way, and see that dips into the church's money.
Yeah.
Because listen, it doesn't listen, just because you're growing something doesn't mean it doesn't cost a great deal of money to produce it. Because you have to have people that are constantly working with the land and the soil and all of that.
The church is going to make a killing, Vaughn.
No, the church going to end up.
The church is doing a killing. That's what they're doing.
Them damn dope boys in Georgia going to come in and take that shit.
Listen, they're doing a killing.
Everybody in the pews is gonna be like,
well, at least I know both of my brothers here. At least I know both of my brothers here are in disagreement with this concept.
Oh, I'm totally in disagreement.
I appreciate it.
I was just trying to fix it a little bit, but
you were trying to fix it.
I was just trying to help them a little bit.
No. Yeah. I feel like marijuana. If that's all you can, sometimes if that's all you got, that's all you got.
And it's just a dumbass idea. Period.
Even though you got now, should the church be doing it?
No.
I think there's better ways for the church to get people in than growing weed. But that's me.
And that's why I said for me. That's why I said for me, the church would look better if it was like, okay, hey, we just loaned them money, and stuff like that. And then I could still believe in the church. But if I even hear that the church is wait a minute, they got a weed farm. Oh, they can't tell me shit.
I mean, it doesn't even sound right, Like,
right, you can't tell me nothing at that point. Fuck you, bastard.
It doesn't sound right. It's just like saying, the Church of God in Christ weed store. I can see the title on it.
How you gonna talk about
Church of God in Christ weed store?
Right.
Weed dispensary.
How you gonna talk to me about morality and doing the right thing? And like, nigga, y'all smoke weed. Shut up.
That's it. Come on.
We got to steal out there and we making our own cognac, right?
Right, I'm not listening to nobody like that.
All right,
if
y'all.
I see you doing this, I'm like to myself, hell, I don't even smoke weed, so I know you can't tell me shit.
Yeah,
I drink, but I don't smoke weed. Come on.
Well, I mean, I just think that's a bad business.
And then I'm a member of your congregation. I got to be fussing at my kids about, you can't be smoking weed. Well, pastor smoke it.
Yeah, and then what if they bring up the legalities of it?
Right.
And how are they going to get a job? Listen, when you have that in your system, don't they do drug tests in order for you to get jobs? Are they allowing this now on jobs for you to have cannabis in your system?
Yeah,
they're gonna do what black people do. Go get some Golden Seal, right? The Golden Seal, that'll take care of everything, right? All right, go get some Golden Seal, right? Okay, but
it's a horribly stupid idea all the way across.
Yeah, it is, and I think that it's let's break it down to brass tacks. The brass tacks of it is it's easier. It'll be easier than actually putting your feet out there on the pavement and going out there and talking to the people. Why go out and talk to them when you could have a weed farm and they'll come to you? But that's not how this game is set up.
They ain't coming because you got no
go out. This game is set up where you got to go out to the people. You got to go to the people. You got to put your face in front of them where they are out there, right? I was out
ain't nobody come to you because you got no weed farm. That's what his dumb ass think.
Harris Tribe said alcohol has deleted more people than marijuana. Alcohol has destroyed more families because of one purpose. Alcohol. We're not talking about whether alcohol is bad or whether marijuana is bad. We're just talking about Harris Tribe. We're talking about whether the church should be growing it. Whether the church should be growing it. I think the church should probably stay out of that. There's certain businesses the church should probably stay out of.
Yes.
Prostitution, weeds, casinos.
All the sin taxes,
those type of things.
Cigarettes, gambling, prostitution.
There's certain businesses
it just shouldn't be in it.
That if you stay out of those businesses, you're probably gonna have a better look. It's gonna be a better look when you're trying to bring people in. Then you can work on them to try to either fix the situation or understand it better, right? Because like I said, Harris Tribe, I know people that smoke weed because they're chronically ill and have chronic pain. Mm-hmm. I know people that have to do that, right? But that's what they choose to do, and it works for them better than going to get these morphine pills or going to get this Tylenol or whatever, right? So we're not saying you shouldn't be able to smoke your weed. If you smoke weed, you smoke weed. We just talking about
I'm gonna start smoking weed. I'm gonna start smoking some weed.
You need to do something, man.
Hey, Brother Rico, put it in the hookah. Don't they smoke it in the hookah?
But I'm not growing it, and if my church starts selling it, I'm gonna stop fucking with them. You're not supposed to do it. I don't believe that.
Shout out to Miss She said, by the way. All right, so the conversation is about whether the church should be certain what kind of businesses that the church should be in, and one of the businesses that the church I think should not be in is the weed business. And I think that's a bad look. Same thing as the cocaine business.
I totally agree
with the gambling business. Certain businesses, I think that the church should just stay out of, and not only the church. I'm saying church because they're the more ones on the front lines. I'm saying the mosque. I'm saying the temple. All of them. There's just some of them religious houses of worship should not. Certain businesses they should just stay away from. Right.
Absolutely.
And I'm not like Rico. Oh, you can rent the land. You can do whatever you want over it. No.
I'm just trying to give them a little bit of space. That's all.
I'm gonna watch it. They do it.
But she said, I already let you steal all my money on bingo. That's it. They're running bingo balls on your ass.
She said, if the land can be cultivated by farming, all means add some cannabis, especially if it will bring the youth in. Well, you know what? I still think you might be right. You might be right, Miss Harris, but I just don't see it. I don't think it's a good look. I just don't. I don't see where.
I definitely don't think it's a good look.
I don't think. I think that we might
not
bring
for
them
the
in,
church.
but the level of respect that they're going to need to have to actually start following the tenets of whatever religion, I think that's going to not. Because the weed smoking and that being permissible, I think in the church, that's going to the people that are the weed smokers that actually have come in, they're not going to see a difference. They're going to say, well, they smoke weed too, so what's the difference? So why should I listen to you? You smoking weed like I'm smoking weed. Why should I listen to you? Right? You just smoking. That's my opinion. Miss Harris says they all don't want to be potheads. I get Miss Harris is way smart, so she know what I'm talking about. But I'm just saying, in my opinion, I don't think it's a good look. But you might be right. He might get some people in there. Who knows? It looks like he's gonna be able to pull it off, right? But the thing is, Miss Harris, it's illegal federally. So you got a quandary in thought. How can you say that I'm a respected man and you encouraging me to break the law? It's going to be a quandary, right?
Well, it's legal now, Brother Clarence, right?
It's
legal in California, isn't it?
It's legal state to state. Federally, it's illegal. All Barack Obama said was
enforcing it, so I wouldn't even worry about that.
That's all Barack Obama said. He said that they weren't going to be running around trying to enforce it.
Right? But I still think it comes down to what you said, Vaughn. They have no damn business in that business. It's just
exactly
stupid and it's just wrong.
The government ain't nothing but gangsters. You're right. I mean,
yeah, but they just don't need to be at the church. You're right. I agree with all of that. But it's just like, can't we have one thing stay pure?
No.
Hell.
Yeah, and I don't believe that God. I don't believe that God would be pleased with that. That's just my opinion. I'm not in the mind of God, but I'm just saying I don't believe that He would be pleased with that.
I'm pro weed. I'm just not pro church with weed.
I am pro weed too.
But I'm not pro church with weed.
I'm pro weed when it comes to if you have
medicinal, whatever.
Medicinal, or if you have an issue like you have a nervous issue or something like that. You have it, and it really seriously helps you calm down. Yeah,
we just passed it in the state of Maryland, and yes, I voted for it. But I'm not pro church and weed. No, I think that's just stupid. That part.
All right. Hey, y'all. I know somebody smarter than all three of us, and that's Pastor Jamal Bryant. Let's finish up with him.
Wait a minute now.
He coming in.
That's the group that I'm going after.
That's different.
Yeah.
You're different. But you've been different from the beginning. I think that's why God.
But Christianity, Rashawn, is supposed to be different.
But it's
we have made Christianity politically correct. That it is a puritanical gospel that is reminding of us of the 13 original colonies. Mm-hmm. Everybody got on the road singing out of a folder. We sitting down at the appropriate time. We got to be out in time for brunch, where everything else has no real boundaries around it. You at FAMU, I'm at Morehouse. If the game goes into overtime, we know it's a good game.
Banging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If the servers go overtime, we looking at our watch.
Oh my God, I can't believe they doing this.
Another song?
Right.
And you're only saying it because the service ain't good.
Ooh.
Yes.
And she looks like she's so infatuated by him. You see what I'm saying? If she can get away from his zipper and do an interview,
I was gonna say he's gonna be in her pants next.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? She's all Google-eyed and let me stop. Let me stop. Allegedly, ladies and gentlemen, allegedly.
I agree with you.
I digress. Allegedly. See, now I'm putting,
Negro.
Look, now I'm putting my foot in my mouth. So let me refrain.
I mean, you know it, Vaughn, but you don't know that.
No, I don't.
Okay, allegedly. Here's a little bit more with our brother Pastor Jamal Bryant, and he wants to sell weed on the
no relation to me, by the way, ladies.
Good morning, everybody. It's Saturday, December 17th. We're live at New Birth. We're giving out groceries to the community, to the body of Christ, and I wanted you all to see what it is that we're doing. And how it is that we're making a difference and making an impact.
Vaughn, you can get some weed with your groceries.
I get ready to say, where do we eat that, Pastor?
I don't need a box of food. Can you point me to the weed box, please?
Where that good ganja?
Oh man,
Bolo, I'd like to get your idea up here. But
yeah,
Bolo,
I would love to hear Bolo's take on this. The church selling weed now.
Your take on this selling weed on the.
I would love to hear that
church
because
house selling weed, man. I would love to hear that.
I don't know if we should be caught up in all of that, but
you know what? I think
nevertheless,
we are
a church that's conforming to the world. So yeah, definitely.
Well, I definitely like to. I definitely like to hear his view on Jamal in the selling weed on the church premises, right? But they're giving food away, right? So if you're giving food away, might as well give the weed away, right?
No, why don't you grow food since you have so much land?
We don't need to grow food. We don't need to bond. Ain't a whole bunch of money in food. The money is in the weed, man.
Look, I'm not even Spanish, but he'll smell.
All right, let's see Jamal Bryant, and they're giving food away, and as they try to figure out how they're gonna sell weed on church ground.
It is 10 o'clock in the morning, and good morning. Honored to have you this morning. It's 10 in the morning. People have been
mother, did you get the weed I sent your mother? Did you get the weed?
Waiting for groceries. If we pull to the other side to the garden, just want you all to see the lines of people in our community who are dealing with food insecurity, and also for you all to see these lines ahead of me. There's been a great question on into. Yeah, what is it? Huh? Okay.
They all know what his Bentley looks like.
Also, I wanted you all
Pastor,
to see,
where the weed at, Pastor?
The Garden of Eden. Let me get
where
out
the weed at?
All right. I want you all to see that amongst our acreage, that we are already doing the work, that many people are confused and contesting the Garden of Eden. And in that, you'll see that we're growing turnip greens.
Told you, man, turnip greens and weed in the Garden of Eden, man.
Tomato, lettuce, and we're grateful to be a blessing. I want you all to see, in essence, how it is that we are impacting metropolitan Atlanta for those who are really doing the best that they can to feed their family and to sustain their families. While many of you are watching me this morning from the luxury of your beds, these families have been up since the crack of dawn, trying to.
Okay, anything wrong with giving away food to the people?
Nope.
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 Oh, okay. Let me ask our brother Bolo. That is your name, brother, is it Bolo?
Here we go. Here we go.
You see how I come up in peace, right? You see, Rico, you see how I come up in peace?
I know. Yeah, I know.
It was very peaceful to me.
It was.
Right?
Yep. Somebody even told me you had a channel, brother. Somebody told me that. Somebody told me you had a channel. I said,
you see, I let you get some sleep this morning, right? I didn't bother you this morning.
I said, woo. He went by, he got me. I said, because I missed you on Monday. So I said, okay, well, I missed him on Monday. That's why he gave me a break.
You see, I left you alone.
Hey, bro, I got a question for you real quick, man. All right, because I know you're busy, you're running around. So I wanted to get your opinion on this, man. Well, all of us want to get your opinion on it.
What's that?
Jamal Bryant wants to start growing weed at the church house.
Okay.
What's the problem?
Growing weed? There's no problem with growing weed. What's the problem with growing weed?
Well, the church?
The church, man.
What's the problem with growing weed?
The problem with growing weed at the church house.
What's the problem with growing weed?
Well,
when you take it out of its natural use, then we have a problem.
Okay. Well, I say use it. Whatever. If you got
there's nothing wrong with eating it or drinking it.
Okay.
When you smoke it, that's when you take it out of its natural use.
Agreed.
That's
Okay,
where
so
the problem starts.
But
okay, so
let me
And
ask
so,
you.
do
So
you
if
not
you
think that they're
wanted-
going to be using it for those purposes, though?
But
Right.
that's not the question you asked me. The question you asked
Well, it's obvious that they're going to be using it for those purposes.
well, then
It's
that's
not just
all.
going to be eating and drinking.
Well,
Yeah.
that's
You
my
know?
point. You know, the
Yeah.
question that was asked of the brother
Okay.
Polo was, is there a problem with growing weed?
Right.
There is
Okay.
no problem with growing it. Now, when you start to, you know, even when you get it, you know, there's a lot of hoops that they're going to have to go through, right? Where are they located?
Atlanta, Georgia.
They're in Atlanta, Georgia. Okay, so the first thing they're going to have to do is they're going to have to get a license to sell it. Okay, and getting a license to sell it, you're looking at hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not almost $1 million. Okay, now there are such things called caregivers, where they're able to grow it, but they're not legally allowed to sell it. So they can give it to, they call them caregivers because they can give it to, you know, cancer patients and things of that nature. So again, they're gonna have to go through a lot, you know, and you know, these churches nowadays, they got the money. Now, if they're selling it for gain to help the people and to maintain, you're dealing, it's hard to look at that person's heart, right? Because if I'm saying, if I'm gonna grow it and I'm gonna get a license to grow it, and then I'm gonna get a license to sell it now. Now, my thing is I'm gonna tell the people, drink it or eat it. This is not meant to smoke. And they would say, well, what do you mean by that? Well, when you cough, what do you think your lungs is doing? It's coughing the smoke out of your body. That's the purpose of it, the cough. And you lose so much of the potency of the marijuana. You lose of the cannabis. You lose so much of the potency, it burns up, right? So we all know that to get the biggest hit from it is to drink, because it goes straight into your bloodstream. So, I mean, it's the spirit of it, man. There's, you know, the Lord gave us bushes. He gave us plants. He gave us herbs. These herbs do things. They're medicinal. They help.
Okay. But Brother Bolo, I don't think any of us, none of us have an issue with, you know, practical use. I don't think any of us have an issue with that. I think well, let me too.
Yeah, I definitely don't have an issue with practical use, but see, that's not, you know, I believe that this opens up the door for something that's not good, you know, especially when you invite all of these young brothers who are connoisseurs of blunts and swishers.
Right, but that's not. But
you see what I'm saying? It's like you're putting them in a position where you're setting them up to continue to fail.
But that's, you know,
not.
But what I'm saying, Brother Vaughn, the question that was asked. Now we understand that this is a wicked world. You have to understand that. You have to understand that. So if you're asking me a question pertaining to someone growing it, I'm going to tell you there's nothing wrong with it. Now, if you're going to ask me what do you think the application is going to be of it in this world, I'm going to tell you wickedly.
Exactly.
Absolutely. I'm going to tell you that. You know what I'm saying?
And so that's where we're coming from with the conversation.
Right. Well,
because I don't believe the intent. I don't believe the intent behind.
The intent is to get paid. The intent
exactly. And so, see, this is what I have a problem with.
The intent of it.
But let me ask a question. Let me ask this question.
That's what I have a problem with.
Let me ask because I think none of us have problems with the use, but the problem that me specifically am having with the church.
I do have a problem with the use, Brother Clarence. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, then
I have a problem with the use. Listen, if my son is sitting around all day smoking weed and not being productive in society, I have a problem with the use.
I don't
see what I'm saying.
I don't think we're talking about that type of use.
I'm talking about the weed because it could be used for a good reason, just like anything.
Yeah, and else, I get it. I get it. You know,
or could not be used for a bad reason, right? So I'm not trying to get into that because I know people directly that use weed instead of medicinal pills, right? Instead of using the pills, they use.
Well, it's good for asthma. It's good for asthma. It's good for glaucoma. You know, yeah,
I've heard.
Good for cancer too. A lot of cancer sufferers smoke it.
Right, for the pain.
Yeah, so I don't have a problem with it in that regard.
Stomach issues, the nausea, helps to keep food down.
So That's all I'm saying. So now, but here's my question to Bolo, or I'm gonna tell you my issue, and then you tell me how the church selling it gets around that. So my issue is mainly on the fact that if the people that you're trying to bring in that are smoking weed, because I'm sure there's lots of people that smoke weed already in the church, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're able to function, they're able to go do what they got to do, whatever, and they're able to function, right? But
yeah, I agree with that. I agree with
that. The way
that.
he was saying it was like, I'm going to get the people that are not functioning as well to get them in here, and the weed smokers that are not functioning well, right, and get them in here, and then I'll be able to work with them, right? That was the
okay.
Kind
so
of he was
why?
leading up to.
So why are we using that as an incentive to get
hold
people
on.
to come to Christ?
Hold on, wait.
Why are we using that as an incentive to get people to come to Christ?
But hold on, I'm trying to understand, Vaughn. I'm trying to understand this question because I
okay.
didn't.
All right, I digress.
Okay, so my question is, or I'm trying to set up that the issue is, do you think that the people that were being brought in that are weed smokers that are I would say unsuccessful, but are not as reaching their highest potential, that are being brought in that are weed smokers, if they're being brought in, do you think the issue is going to be the weed they're smoking, or do you think that because you're creating a common bond that they smoke weed and we are selling weed, then they're going to be able to come in? Because I feel like this, and this is probably my nation training, we would go out to the street to get the people and not have a situation where they came to us. You know what I mean? Obviously, you're going to try to have a situation where they come to you, but I mean, our chief thing was always going out to the people.
Right.
And
Clarence, can I ask a better question? Is this, why would you want to bring congregants in if it takes? I'm not saying you want to, but I'm saying he did.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I wasn't finished my question.
Okay, but I was just sitting there saying he positioned it like, if they say we selling weed, they're gonna want to run to the church, because he said that, and I was like, but why would you want people? Remember, he said, I want people who smell like weed. Like, that's all these people do every waking moment of their life is wake up and think about weed, and they can't be. They're only controlled by weed. That's how he described it in the interview. I'm like, that's what you want? Then they're not there for the message, right? Am I missing something?
I mean, the way you guys are framing it, because I didn't hear it. You know, I was just called, so I came up. The way you guys are framing it, I listen, let me put it to you this way. With the way we're going, you're not seeing no difference between a club and a church.
Oh, wow. Yep.
You're not seeing no difference.
I definitely agree.
You know, so this is what it is. And I just did a stream on it this morning, that what you have to understand is this, and you know, it's hard to get it, but the longer we're here, the more evil will siphon its way into those places that we would call sanctuaries and things of that nature.
Agreed.
We have to understand that. So the church wants bread. They want money. So right now, this marijuana thing is about to blow up, right? In certain states. Yeah. It's about to blow up. And the church, they want those Bentleys. They want those G4s. You know, you have to understand, these people don't want to have to count on their parishioners to siphon their bread. They don't want to do that no more. They want to be businessmen. They want to be in the spotlight. They don't, you see, when you're dealing with bishops, priests, pastors, all these, when you look at the men of the Bible, these men didn't want positions. They didn't want positions of power. They didn't want it. And that's what made them so righteously of good leaders. They didn't want to be a leader. There was no one else to lead, so they was like, I'll take it, but I didn't want it. These cats want the limelight. You got TD Jakes partying with Diddy. These cats want to be like celebrities. They don't want, there's no separation. There's no partition between the two anymore.
That's true.
None. You can't tell the difference between a rapper and a priest. They look the same.
This is true.
They look the same. They speak the same. Now, I don't want to get caught up into the speech because sometimes you have to speak a certain way to reach those men and women and you meet them where they are. But there should be a distinctive difference between you and the people that you're going into this darkness to reach. There has to be a distinctive difference. But when you're looking at these people, they don't look, they don't talk, they don't walk, they don't smell, they don't feel different. They look the same. They definitely look the same. So at the end of the day, you're starting to say, oh, so now you're smoking weed. And again, I'm not going to pass judgment on people that smoke weed. That's between you and the Father. The Lord,
exactly. Right.
Something out of its natural use, you have a problem. You have a problem. So if I have a headache and I take an aspirin, I'm taking what it's used for. If I don't have a headache and I take that aspirin, now I'm taking it out of its natural use. And the Lord tells you the one thing that he says is, you are my holy temple. You are. And anyone that tries to destroy my holy temple, I will destroy you. Period. So now you can take that and flip it how you want it. So again, I don't see nothing wrong with the growing of it. But now we have to look at the reason why. We have to look at the specific person. Why are you doing it? Are you doing it because you want to maintain, help your parishioners that may not be able to get the weed out there in the streets because it's expensive? Are you going to figure out a way to make it where you can drink it or eat it? Or are you going to facilitate a place where they can smoke it? Now we have a problem. And the only
exactly
deal with it is the Lord.
And he already said that he wanted people that smelled like weed. I don't know if you've seen the video of him speaking, Brother Bolo.
I didn't.
Well, I need you to really look at that and then maybe come back to it a little bit later. But if you would listen to some specific things that he did say in his interview with this sister, how he wanted young black boys.
Yeah,
how he wanted, how he wanted to focus on the young black boys, and at least I'm teaching them how to crop and how to grow.
And Brother Bolo, you're aware of Pastor Brian's background a little bit, right?
Not too much.
Okay.
He's from Baltimore. I'll just give you a look. He's from Baltimore, and he took over the church that Bishop Eddie Long was running down in Atlanta. And he's also, I don't know if he's still, I think he's separated from his wife now. I don't know if they back together. Had a couple of outside kids. She was on one of the reality TV shows. So he's messy. He's, like you said, been wanting to be with the rappers, this, that, whatever. He jumps back and forth between, I want to be religious today and I want to be in the street tomorrow, back into religion, back into the street.
And that's double-minded. The Bible says that a double-minded man is unstable in all of his ways. So and I'm not passing a judgment on Brother Jamal Bryant, because we all have our shortcomings that we need to overcome. But please, Brother Bolo, listen to actually what he's saying. And then kind of speak on it, because I definitely have issues with the reasons behind what he's saying.
Yeah, I just only gave you the background.
It didn't set well with the Spirit of God that's in me. I'm just saying that.
Let me
I just think it's sometimes important to.
Bolo's got to go. So let me.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's see.
Or are you just saying, this is what I'm going to do and help the people that are in my congregation? How are you making sure that more people think like this, or at least have this type of conversation so that they can try to change their thought process?
Yes, because I'm mindful that I'm not after Christians. I'm after people who don't go to church. And a lot of churches are just recycling people from other churches. That's not who I'm after. I'm looking for people that smell like weed. I'm at a place, Rashawn. Really, New Birth is the largest land-owning black church in America.
Wow.
And so my position to my deacons is, why aren't we not raising cannabis? I'll be able to bring in black males. They're able to do it legally. I'm teaching them farming.
Oh my God.
I'm helping them to enhance the ecosystem. This is the kind of conversation. So if the black boy in Bankhead said, they growing weed at the church, where do I join?
Yes.
I don't need no pamphlet for him. Right.
Right.
He coming in.
He coming
And
in.
that group that I'm going after.
That's different.
Yeah.
You're different, but you've been different from the beginning. I think that's why God.
But Christianity, Rashawn, is supposed to be different.
But it's
we have made Christianity politically correct. That it is a puritanical gospel that is reminding of us the 13 original colonies. Everybody got on the road singing out of a folder. We sitting down at the appropriate time. We got to be out in time for brunch, where everything else has no real bound.
Yeah, I think you could pause.
I think y'all got the message. All
Okay,
right,
so,
but I got a question.
so based on
Got a
that, Brother Bolo, I mean, what do you find?
I see where he's trying to go with it. I can
Okay.
see where he's trying to go with it. But now we have to look at the man. Because you can have, I'll give you an example of what I'm saying. I was on Knowledge and Relationships podcast. We had two men on the panel, both saying women don't care, both saying women don't give a rat's ass about men. But the one person was giving off a different vibration than the other. It just was different. It was just something different. So I asked the brother, do you mind if I ask your person a question? And he said, no. I said, what was your relationship with your mom? He said, my mother hated me. Every day my mother said to me that she wished I was never born. So I understood why he was moving the way he was moving. The other guy was moving because he just had a bad breakup. So two people can say the same thing. Now we have to look at the person, individually. So I understand what he's trying to say, that we have all this land. Let's cultivate it. It would have been nice if he would have said, it's not just us growing cannabis. He has from what I'm seeing, again, from the 30-second to 1 minute clip, when he's saying that I'm going after those that smoke weed and I don't need a pamphlet for them. Well, first of all, the scriptures tell you that you need to be sober-minded when you're dealing with him. You're not sober-minded when you're high at all.
And that's my point that I was making.
So if you're, when he said that, we're going to cultivate it, we're going to teach the young men to grow and all those things, that sounded good. But then you get to the real point. Listen, we need to grab those dudes that smoke weed. Because now if we have it if we have it in-house, then you don't need to go to the neighborhood drug dealer to get it from him. You don't need to get it from him.
That's
it's kind of like New Jack City. You guys ever seen New Jack City?
Yeah,
Remember when they took over? Remember when they took over the Carver? Remember when they took over that building? And what he said is, we're going to keep all these people in the building high.
Yeah,
we don't need to go outside on the streets. We don't need to sell it in the streets. We're going to sell it in the building.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So at the end of the day, he has to have a more specific plan, because the way he just rolled that out, and even the interview, when you're looking at it, everybody is trying to become a pop star.
Come on,
everybody wants to be
the truth.
You know what I'm saying? The Lord tells you, and it's so funny, Vaughn and Rico, that you guys are doing this show on this today. This evening. It's so funny. We
wasn't planned, but
we just read this morning Revelation 7:1, and I'll paraphrase it for you. The Lord gave 4 angels permission to do harm to the earth. They're there now as we speak, these 4 angels. And Christ said, do not do harm until we have sealed the servants of our Lord in their forehead. That's where we're at. Once those servants are sealed, drama. The day of the Lord is not going to be, I love New York buttons. It's going to be death. Death.
Yeah.
That's what it's going to be. So when you're trying to get young boys high, and the way you preface the statement, that's
the part I have a problem with.
So again, I don't know his heart, don't know the man.
Yeah.
So I can only go off what you're saying to me.
But at the same time, sometimes out of the abundance of the heart, Brother Bolo, the mouth speaks.
Yeah, but sometimes
and sometimes we need to take it for what it is that the person
absolutely
said,
but sometimes
instead of reading into it. But let me ask you a question real quick, Brother Bolo.
Hold on 1 second, Vaughn. Sometimes you have to understand that sometimes people can say things wrong. Right?
Yeah, exactly. I get it.
I had a young man say something to a young lady on on our channel, and this young lady was ready to delete herself because of what he said, because of the scripture he pulled out.
Wow.
Now, we understand, and this is a close friend to her. Now, we understand that his heart was in the right place, but the message that he gave was wrong. So this, this is why the Lord says, rightly dividing the word of truth.
Yeah.
So, your heart can be in the right place, but if you give, a doctor's heart can be in the right place, but if he gives you the wrong drug, it can kill you.
That's true.
You have to understand that. So I don't know where this man's heart is. He might be just saying it wrong. Sometimes when you're from the street and you become a pastor, you don't know how to change your lingo and to meet where you need to be, right? You need to be able to be corporate when you're in that environment. You need to know how to be street. You need to know how to be casual. Sometimes these cats don't know how to do that. So when they speak, it comes off a certain way. So the way it came off and the way he was saying it, it sounded off. Didn't sound good.
So let me ask you this, Brother Bolo, and I'm pretty sure you know of this scenario. When Jesus came into the quote unquote church or synagogue, and he found the people doing something that was improper in there. Can you kind of just go over his reasonings for his reaction, if you know about what I'm talking about?
You're talking about when he turned the table over?
Yes. Can you just go over that briefly?
Because what they were doing was against the Father. They were gambling. They weren't in the spirit of truth and understanding.
Okay.
It wasn't in there. And they were supposed to be in the temple doing it. It's another, this is the point that we are so caught up today in church. We are so caught up today in church. I remember when I was younger, and I'm sure you guys, used to do it too, Rico and Brother Clarence. When you go by a synagogue or a mosque, you wouldn't curse. But as soon as you got to the next block,
you start cursing. Pick right up where you left off at.
Right up where
exactly.
You left off.
Without realizing that your body is the temple. But go ahead.
There you go. So again, it was never meant. The Lord showed you. We needed a sign, and that sign was the building. When you sit there and you look at how Israel reverenced the building, how they took care of the building, how they had to fast before they walked on this holy ground, how the Lord was so meticulous in building the temple. You sit there and say, damn, this whatever this building is special. The preparation of the Father to be, his presence to be in this building is special. Then the Lord comes back and says, I was never meant to be in a building made with man's hands. They don't move. They're stable. They stay still. I need my word to move. So my church, my temple has always been you. So if you now look at the building, okay, this example of a building on how it was reverenced, how much more you? I'm going to live in you. So how can I live in you if you high? Wow. How can I live in you if you're drunk? Can't. The Lord needs fertile ground to be planted on so that he can grow. He's not going to grow in a high person. The Lord is going to tell you now, before I work with you.
Exactly.
But you got to change.
And just like he says, be not drunk with the wine, but be filled with the Spirit.
Right.
It didn't say don't drink the wine. It just said be not drunk.
Right. So again,
don't become intoxicated to the point to where you're not thinking properly.
Absolutely. So again, you can drink it, you can eat it. And this is the thing that I tell my young men that I counsel, young ladies that I counsel. I say, if a fire doesn't kill you, what kills you?
Smoke.
They'll tell you, what do you mean? I say, if a fire doesn't kill you, what kills you? Smoke. There you go. So you're introducing smoke into your lung. I said, when you cough, you guys think that that's a good thing. That's your lungs coughing something out that it doesn't. It's the same thing when you vomit.
It's a foreign entity. It's a foreign object
in your body, and your body is now taking procedures to protect itself. So at the end of the day, that lady would have, if I was that lady, I would have said, well, what do you mean you're going after them? Are you going to, grab these young men? Are you going to sober them up and show them to become a businessman?
Yeah, but she looked like she had an agenda, though. So
that's my point. Are you going to bring them in?
Brother Bolo saw that.
and smoke.
Yes, sir.
The lady has arrived.
Hey, look,
They
look, guys, look,
ask my question fast
I
enough.
got a show at 4:30, so I want you
Mr.
all to,
Nay.
you know, be able to come over there.
I
Brother
told
Bolo, I
you, Mr.
still
Nay.
counting on you, right?
Yeah, 8
Hey,
o'clock.
Vaughn, you got to
No,
show
it's
up 4:30.
7:30 your time, bro.
7:30 Eastern. You got to show up.
Yeah.
Who you
Yeah,
doing the
it's
show with, Vaughn?
4:30.
Who you doing the show
Oh,
with?
the intellectual soapbox. We're going to be talking about a topic
we?
tonight on fatherhood. Well,
You and
hopefully, Brother Bolo and yourself,
Oh.
and
Oh,
possibly,
right here.
possibly Uncle Stu.
Brother right here has a channel.
I'm gonna say this. I'm
A
gonna
for
say
real
this.
channel.
Listen, man, you've been
Ay, Dios
attacking
mío.
me. You know, today I've been attacked all. You know, this morning I was attacked. You know,
Wait a minute. Did you
I don't
say we
understand.
attacked you, or are you talking
No,
about Brother
I'm saying
Clarence?
a nay was mean to me this morning.
Oh, wait a minute.
Whoa.
A nay, not a nay.
Oh,
A nay.
I know. No. Now
And
you
Miss,
talking crazy. Don't let nobody talk crazy about Sister
Wait a
Nay.
minute. Well, I want to know.
and
I want to know what had happened. What had
and
happened?
Sister Nay,
Heard around here.
and
I
Sister
just
Nay,
want to know what you do, Bolo.
I didn't do anything.
Ah, you
I
did.
didn't do any, listen,
did
let me, you see, brother, don't do that, Rico. Rico, I didn't do anything. If anything, what we do is we ask questions and we ask people to answer the questions in the comments. That's what we do. So as of lately, the sister that's to the left of me, she's been on point. A student, A plus student. So all I said was, I haven't seen the sister. That's all I said. Oh
Okay,
my God.
first of all, let me speak to everybody. Hey, Brother Clarence. Hey, Rico. Hey, Vaughn. Hey, Bolo.
Hey.
Now, let me tell you what actually happened, okay, y'all? So typically when they ask the questions, I have to go ahead and as soon as the stream is over, answer the questions because I have to start working. Like I'm actually working sometimes when we're doing the morning read. So a lot of times the next day, you know, they're really clear about making sure, that I answered the question correctly and A plus. Well, you know what happens sometimes when one student answers the questions all the time, you have the other students is like, I don't want to play with her anymore because she's the teacher's pet. So I have to give other people a chance to answer the question because I know that if I answer it, I'm going to answer it really quickly. So that's why. But this is what Bolo did this morning. What Bolo did was he said, hey, sis, well, you know how you say my name, but hey, Sister Edna, she hasn't been answering the questions. So it wasn't, hey, why have you not been answering the questions? It's just kind of ratting me out. And then just before he ratted me out,
Throwing you under the bus.
yes, and he just ratted out Butterfly Kisses last night and said that she hadn't been on the stream for a while. So he was in true snitch mode.
Oh man.
And like I said,
So he wasn't on code, any?
What?
Rico, come on, brother. Anae, let me tell you something about Anae. Anae is on point like a sniper.
Man.
On point. Straight up and down like 6 o'clock. Okay.
Man.
She'll answer the question now I don't want to say rebut. I purposely don't answer the questions to say whether it's correct or not. So if Anae answers the question in my mind, I'm saying, damn, she got it on point. But I don't say in the comments whether it's right or wrong. I wait till the end of the day. Maybe 2 o'clock in the morning, I'll start cutting, correct, wrong, correct. Because I don't want to, just say she got it because I don't want that to happen exactly what she just said. But they treated me like a substitute teacher, brother. That's what they did. Everybody answering the questions. Everyone knows the answer to the questions in the comments. I put a question out, people answering the questions. And the one person they're afraid of is Lyric. So you know what I said? I'm going to take down names and I'm going to tell her. Absolutely.
Rico, what's that called?
And I said, and you know what? I said, cool, I'll be that. I'm gonna be cool. If you ain't, usually the substitute teacher's the coolest one, right? He's the one that's laid back, he chills.
But don't nobody respect the substitute teacher though.
Yeah. Well, I didn't get no respect, so I told. I did. I told.
No, wait. I have a question, okay, about this topic. I want to first ask each of you. When Pastor Bryant said that he wants the people who smell like weed, who do we think he's referring to? Do we think that he's no? I'm not even going to give any. Who do we think that he's referring to?
Black people that smoke weed.
Oh yeah, black young men.
Are they doing it for health reasons? Are they doing it because they just want to feel lightheaded? You know, like, do we think that it's so? If we're trying to get the youth in, I'm all about risk analysis too. So you think about, you know, I don't smoke, and I definitely don't smoke weed. I don't know. Let's say if I decided 2 weeks from now that I do not smoke. I've never smoked, but we don't know what bodies could become addicted. Now, I'm not trying to put a whole lot of weight on weed. I don't know enough about it, so I'm ignorant to the impact of it. I know what I've heard, but I don't want to speak ignorantly, if that's a word, but about something I don't know. But if there's a chance that that can become an addiction or open the door to exploring other types of drugs, I would not want to be a part of contributing to that domino effect. Right. And then also, if you have it and you're growing it on the property, the church property, like you said, Vaughn, if people break in and they're just trying to steal it, are you going to prosecute them? And then if you prosecute them, now they have records. So what are we going to do with these? You have to, when you're doing things, especially when it's something that can impact a person's health, addiction, you know, freedom, you have to really think, you know, 10, 15 years ahead. What could go wrong here? Like, I'm wondering who's on his advisory board that he ran this past. What was the conversation when they were talking about what could go wrong here? You want to bring people in. So you want to bring in people that smoke weed for recreational purposes. When you get them in, what you doing with them? You know, because you have an online service, I believe. So even if a person smokes weed, if they're going to come to the church, they can do it online. So if you're not reaching the youth with your online ministries, you're saying that you believe that they're going to come in the church and stay for the word. So I want to know who y'all think he's talking to when he says that.
I think he's talking to himself because the whole idea is stupid and it's not. I know, I'm saying this with all seriousness because, as I said to begin with, marijuana will not be an incentive for someone to attend church.
Agreed. I don't think
it just won't. And I believe among his congregation, he's probably got a good 10, 15, 20% of his congregants that smoke anyway. So you don't need to come to church to get access to marijuana when you have access to it routinely. If your message doesn't resonate with the people, then offering them, I mean, what are you going to do? Offer them, as Vaughn said, sex, cocaine, booze. I'm like, it's a, I don't know who he thought he was talking to. I think he thought it sounded catchy, but I'm like, if you think about it, it's really a stupid idea for all the liability, as Brother Bolo said, like the front end capital. So you're going to take a couple $100,000 of the church money to fund this, and it's a business that won't even turn a profit for an extended period of time, like all businesses. It's a foolish, it's a foolish way to spend the church's resources for something that has the potential for all the things you just mentioned. That's why I said for me, at the only caveat I could give them was like, okay, if you have all this land, just lease the land to somebody, and if they do it, they do it. But it shouldn't be something that they should be doing, except for where Bolo said maybe to eat or drink. But to smoke the way he described it, I'm like, hell no.
Now, Rico, tighten up, buddy, because you saying that if they do it on the property, that if they do it on the property and they know it's from a moral standpoint, you might as well grow it yourself.
Right. I'm saying if you know, I was just thinking like I said, churches lease land all the time to other businesses that they're not directly affiliated with. Like I said, schools, other things. I'm not saying they should lease it for that, because even if they lease it, then they're not getting any of the profit. The people who run the business going to get all the profit. They're just getting the rental of the land. That's what they'll get.
Here's the thing, Rico. When we're talking about marijuana business, it's a quick turnaround. It's not a situation where you have to wait 5 or 10 years to see turnaround. Marijuana is like alcohol. This is the only thing where you can mark it up so high.
But and let's be clear about one. Let me just say this real quick before I forget it. Let's be clear about this. That is a huge, because you just said something that registered me. That is going to be a killer, huge cash crop.
Absolutely.
White boys ain't let no black man get the cutting edge on it. We can just forget it. They're going to put every obstacle under the sun, and they're going to come. They're doing it everywhere that is legalized now.
Well, see, what they do is they put limitations on the permits. They limit the permits. So if you got the bread, at the end of the day, the man is going to have his hand in it, regardless whether it's black, Chinese, whatever it is. The man is going to have his hand in it, right? But when we're talking about the church, if we're looking at it from the business perspective of it, the church is going to turn around and make bread. So if he takes $400,000 of the church's money and get that license, listen, I don't even have to grow it. If I have that license, I can rent my license. And that right there is about $1 million a year in revenue alone.
But that's what I thought would make a better, like you just described. Just, hey, there's the land, here's the lease, boom, do your thing. And at least the appearance of the church's hand, being a little bit cleaner.
But hold on. See, now you step into this aspect where you have the form of godliness, right? But you're denying the power thereof, and you're guilty by association. But listen, I may not have went in and robbed the bank and took the money, but I drove the car to get everybody away.
But this is where we need to stand on. Okay, the heavy judgment, right? The heavy judgment. This is where we need to be really very, very circumspect on this, because it's really easy to judge someone not knowing what their heart is, because the only person that knows a man's heart is the Lord. So it's really easy to judge a person from watching outside instead of understanding. So again, that's why I made sure to say from where it looks like. I don't know the man. I don't know what his perspective is. I don't know where his heart lies. I don't know.
Well, he's definitely been doing some foolery.
Right.
He's definitely been doing some foolery.
My concern with
out in the open,
it being on the church property and what could potentially happen, it doesn't have anything to do with his heart. He could have the best motives ever.
Right.
He could have the worst motives ever.
Right.
I'm seeing the risk of him doing it. It does. So I'm not judging him. He could mean very well. So I'm not judging that. I'm not even really making an assessment of that. I'm saying the act of it. What does that open the door to?
Well, it's going to open the door.
When we talk about the heart, the Bible even says that the heart is deceitfully wicked above all things.
Right.
Who can know it but God? And sometimes we don't even know our own heart.
But Anae is talking about the risk analysis on it. What I'm saying is, for him to do what he's trying to do, you're talking about a lot of expenditure on security.
Yeah.
A lot of expenditure.
I said that earlier. You're right. You're
spending a lot of money on that to keep it, the way you want it. And you're spending money. You're not spending, you're not hiring, regular people, just to do security. You're hiring professionals to hold things down. Now, again, I wouldn't do it at all. Me, myself, in my mind, I always err on the side of precaution. That's me. I'm good. I don't even want to deal with that and try to mix it in with God. I don't even want to deal with that. Some people's thought process is different. And this is where we start to look at those. I know it's not easy. It's never an easy thing to do, but you're going to have to start marking people. You're going to have to start saying, nah, I'm good, dogs. Nah, I'm good. I can't rock with you. I'm good. Go do your thing, though. The Lord knows your heart. I'm going to stay here. because the Lord tells you, partake not in her sin. There's a reason why he says it. There's a reason why he says the righteous should be with the righteous. Because now if he sends the angel of death through that room and you in that room partying with Diddy and all of them,
wow,
the Lord is going to sit there and go, hold on one second,
you better
brother.
tell the truth.
Yeah, the Lord is going to say to you, what are you doing there? Are you there standing in the middle of the dance floor ministering? Saying, turn that record off and let me talk to you about God. Or are you partying with them?
Come on.
Wait, when you say that he was partying with Diddy,
No, I'm not
I
saying
haven't
this
seen
guy.
that. But
No, I'm just giving an example.
No, but I'm asking. I'm just asking for clarity on that point. I've heard you say that before. When you say he was partying with Diddy, what when you saying they were at the club? Are you like what was he
at
doing?
a party? They were at a party.
So somebody was hosting a party and TD Jakes was there.
TD Jakes in the party. Yeah.
TD Jakes blends with a whole lot of individuals. That's not the only party that he's possibly been in.
That's a bad thing for a pastor to be invited to a party?
No, I wouldn't say that it is. No.
What I would say is, what are you there for? When you look at this prosperity gospel, there's a lot of things that they choose not to step on, especially with each other. They choose not to. When Eddie Long was called out, Eddie Long was part of that prosperity gospel. A lot of them didn't want to touch it. When they were asked questions about Eddie Long and what he was doing, a lot of them ignored it. A lot of them didn't want to answer these questions. So truth is truth. If Bolo does something wrong, how many times have I been corrected on the channel? If I say something wrong, I say something wrong. Please don't allow me to continue saying it and you're my brother or my sister. Please tell me I'm saying it wrong.
Yeah, and I'm not beyond reproach either. I'm definitely not beyond reproach.
Open
don't worry, brother.
There we go.
Yeah, you man.
I just want to know, let me ask you a question, Brother Clarence. Can I ask you a question, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You already know what I'm doing. That's why you laughing already.
This is gonna be bad. This is gonna be real bad.
Did you shine up the belt today, brother?
Something wrong.
See,
something wrong, man. I can't.
Okay.
He has selective internet right now. He has selective. His internet is selective.
You're gonna have to draw
headquarters. We gotta get some more headphones.
There's gonna be a time, right, when you're gonna have to draw a line. See, right now, things seem here in America. Things seem, you go to any other place, hell on earth is happening right now. But here in America, we're laid back. We want to pontificate on thought processes. We're not sitting there saying, Duke, we need to stop and start getting this together now. That's the conversation that we have on channels like this, my channel, SB, Knowledge and Relationships, you know what I'm saying, and others. We're having these relationships saying we need to stop wasting time and we need to start moving like there's fire behind us. We need to stop. Because there isn't going to be no time when the system breaks down. Don't ask me to open up a book with you. That's not going to happen. We're under grace right now. Grace means it's like I think we all have children on this panel. When you give your child grace, you tell them you got 2 hours to study for that spelling bee. When I come back, if you don't got it right, I'm taking your PlayStation away. That 2 hours is their grace time to mess up, to get everything together. We're under grace right now. Grace will be lifted. It will be lifted. It's called judgment. Grace no more bounds. Judgment is here now. Close the book. Close it. So I
don't think the book can never be. I think it until I'm on my last. If there's a way that I can, share the word with somebody, I'm gonna do it to the end.
Absolutely. But there's going to be a time, Nay, that you can't do it through the book. You become the book. That's what happens when you watch Book of Eli. That's what he realized after he was shot.
I love that movie. I gotta watch it again.
He realized that it wasn't about
good movie.
The book. He realized that it wasn't about the book no more. It was about you being that testimony and being that example. That's what he realized at the end. It's not about the book. So now the Lord is going to say, the book now shall be written into your heart. What about those that didn't have it? What about those that didn't have the Holy Spirit? Now you're going to see a distinct line in between the two. This is your time to get it right.
Wow.
So I don't want to make no mistakes. I don't want nothing in gray. I'm good. Now, at the end of the day,
I got a question, Brother Bolo. I got a question. Okay, my issue is not the business end of it. My issue is not, my issue is the fact that if you expect the people to see you in a certain light, I think it's going to be more difficult for them to see you in a certain light if you partaking in the same, if they see you as the same as them. You understand what I'm saying? If they see you as the same as, well, to a certain degree, we all sinners, right?
Absolutely.
But if they see you,
I know what you're saying. You're absolutely right, Brother Clarence.
Okay, so that's my issue.
And you're absolutely right. That's a problem.
So let me ask you the question. Let me ask you the question.
Yes.
Do you think there should be a separation from certain things,
yes,
even though they're legal? But do you think the church should be separating themselves from certain things?
Yeah, the church should be sanctified. Yes.
The Lord tells you render unto
I
Caesar
agree.
when the Lord tells you render unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar and render unto the Lord what belongs to the Lord, there are laws that you have to follow in the lays of the land. But I don't have to partake in in what these laws push and what's allowed in this world. I don't have to partake in it. I don't have to go to a strip club, even though they're legal.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So there is a distinct difference. There has to be. If there's not a distinct difference, then what makes you stand out? That was the problem with Israel. The problem with Israel is Israel was supposed to be the mouthpiece. They were supposed to be the influencers on this earth. If people wanted to see, about God or whatever, they were supposed to go to Israel. Israel became influenced. And the Lord said, because look at it this way. Look at the heavy influence. God was a king to Israel directly. Israel came to God and said, we don't want a king. We don't want you. We want a man just like the other nations.
Yeah.
And the Lord said, what? So if you are partaking, this is why the Lord says separate yourself, because the influence of this world is heavy. It's nothing to play with. The influence of this world, it is heavy. So when you surround yourself, if you hang out with 11 broke people, sooner or later you become the 12th. That's just the math. You can't change it. So this is why the Lord says the righteous should be with the righteous and the wicked should be with the wicked, because someone is going to sway someone. Someone is going to sway someone. And typically, if you're not bringing them into your world, they will bring you into theirs. So I agree with you 100%. There should be a distinct difference. I'll give you an example. Rico curses.
No.
He doesn't curse?
I don't believe
he uses
a little bit.
Okay. So Rico curses.
I mean, I curse from time to time,
A point I'm trying to make. Okay, so let me give you a better example. A name.
And we got to get Von Erich. We got to get Von Erich in here too.
No, hold on. A name is the perfect example. A name is the quintessential epitome of what a wife would be or should be, right? Okay. So if you see her acting out of character, there's two things I'm going to say. Either something is going on that's making her act this way, or what the hell is wrong with her? Why is she acting in this thing? You know what I'm saying? Because she doesn't act like a normal chick in this world. You follow what I'm saying? So she's held to a higher standard, not because of who she is, but because of who she represents. She comes second. It's the same thing with all of us. We're held to a higher standard, not because of who we are, but because of who we represent, because of the name of the man we come in. He gets the punch in the eye first, and then you get it. And look at Bolo. Bolo cursing, and he's supposed to be a believer. He's supposed to be following Christ. Bam. Now they go into me. So there has to be a distinct difference between you and them. Now, again, that doesn't mean that we don't sin. That doesn't mean that we don't fall on our face. That doesn't mean that we're going to look at that person and say that we're better than them. No, it doesn't mean that. It means that we strive for something better, opposed to being comfortable at where we are.
But Bolo, I love Jesus. You know what I'm saying? And I have a great love for him, but I do curse a little bit. You know,
No.
I would be remiss. I would be remiss if I didn't
use
say
foul
that
language
in all
too.
honesty.
But here's the thing: I use foul language too.
I mean, that brother down there, the brother down there that has his own show, he cursed too.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie to you and tell you I don't use foul language. But here's my question. Have you ever heard me use foul language on my channel?
No.
Have you ever heard me use it on your channel?
No.
Now, it doesn't mean that it can't slip. It doesn't mean that. What it means is I'm mindful of it.
Yeah, I'm definitely mindful of it. You know, I don't make it a.
There's the difference.
Yeah,
the difference
I'm mindful of it.
The difference between a believer and someone that doesn't follow, whoever they may be, is they're comfortable where they are.
Yeah, I never cursed. I haven't cursed.
We got to get Von Erich in here. We got to get Von Erich, and then we got 10 minutes because I think the brother on the bottom right, man, he has to go somewhere. And
can I just say I'm comfortable cursing?
That's all. Let me get Von Erich in here, and then we got 10 minutes, y'all. We got to wrap this up, man, because some of these brothers got to go, including myself. I think I'm going with them. So we got to start wrapping up. So after Von Erich, we're gonna do some closing remarks, and then we're gonna get on out of here, y'all. Okay. All right, Von Erich, we got the floor,
yeah, I just want to talk about the Von Bryant. I know Von Bryant because he's from Baltimore, so I know of him. Know his father.
You meant Jamal Bryant, brother. You said Von Bryant.
I was like, damn.
I'm from Chicago now. I ain't from Baltimore.
That Jamal Bryant,
This is what happens when you have two Vons on the platform.
Right, my bad. False witness. Jamal Bryant. Know his father. Him and his father, dynamic preachers. His sister, very intelligent woman, psychiatrist. But let's look at Von Bryant as far as what he did consistently. It's consistent.
Now, see, you done went into Von Bryant again. Wait, I'm gonna get off the panel because he's got a problem.
Got him again, didn't he?
Okay. Jamal Bryant. Okay. Jamal Bryant, what he has done consistent since he was being a preacher, when he moved out from Bethel under Reverend Reed. I don't know if y'all know Reverend Reed. Reverend Reed is a bishop now. Very smart, went to Yale. All right. Now, I know a bishop. Jamal Bryant, father, is a bishop now. He's in charge of many churches. I forgot the organization, but he's in charge of many churches and helped Jamal Bryant get Bishop Eddie Long. So we know just on what he has been doing since he had his church back here in Baltimore in Retirement Temple. He was married to the woman that we see on Potomac Housewives, and he ended up having a child by one of the person in this congregation. That she was the daughter of a very prominent what you call owner a funeral home here in Baltimore. Then he had another child by a woman that pastors was sharing. He ended up going messing with her and got her pregnant and tried to deny it. So and plus my father is a pastor. Know his father, know Reverend Reed. So pastors talk and preachers talk. So he ended up, look what he has been doing as far as business wise since he's been under the NAACP and things like that. So we may not know a person's heart, but we can see what they have done consistently and see where they are going and how they are. When he came down to where he's at now, he ended up having another baby by someone in the church a year after he took over.
Yeah, I thought he had a couple of them.
Yeah, a year after he had took over. Now I'm saying Von Bryant, what you brought up earlier was good. When you brought up that part, when he said, "My father's house is not a place of business. Y'all made it a place of thieves. It's a house of prayer." Wow. Now he is going into business.
Yeah,
he's going into business, but he's trying to make it like he's doing it for God. Now, when you go into this business that he is going into, you have regulation when it comes to government. So that means you got to be in bed with the government. because it's going to have to be regulated. Just like y'all was saying, like Bolo was saying, you're supposed to separate yourself, not be a part of it, because then once you're a part of it, you got to follow their regulations. You under them. So it's many things that he can do besides getting into this business right here. What he is doing, and he knows he's doing it because remember when T.I. and them was upset when he was asking for money for a certain amount, and you see,
I remember that. I remember that.
And you know what he said after that? He said, when I came down here to this church, they are in debt, millions of dollars in debt. So you know why he's going into this business.
Oh, you're talking about the Eddie Long when he took over Eddie Long's church.
Yeah, we took over Eddie Long's church. They in debt.
I think what were they like 30 million?
30 million in debt.
And I think he cut that in half, right?
Yeah,
from what I understand.
Yeah, it's what he said. Now you know when he was charging, it was big time. People was getting on him when he was charging for that 19 shots.
Oh, he was charging for people for getting shot.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they got on him on that.
Wait a minute,
So-
he was charging people for the
the
free vaccine.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
You know, listen, ladies and gentlemen, this is scandalous. Scandalous.
He was yes. They got on. He was talking about charging for that.
Oh, they
And
just lock his ass up for that.
It was a backlash on that. Yeah, and it was like $100 or something. Pulling up. He was going to charge for that, and they got on him. So you see where his mind is at, where his heart is at. Now I can't judge him as far as if I met him.
$150 per shot. Wow.
Yeah.
So, but listen, brother Von Erich, you're known by the fruit that you bear.
That you right.
And see, so that's where we can judge all. The Bible says we should judge all things, right?
Right. Exactly.
To see if they are of God.
And see if they are of God. Exactly. Amen. And the people on that board are business people on the board. On that board, they are business people. So you can't. We can see how he is, and he's going into a dangerous place because what he is doing, people see that. Oh, shoot, he getting in the weed. I remember when because I know a lot of people that used to go to his church.
He's an excellent orator, by the way. He's excellent when it comes to speaking, man. I mean, he's very eloquent.
Right. Yeah, he got on people in his church when he was here in Baltimore. Oh, y'all better stop writing bad checks. Y'all need to learn how to blah 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 blah. I mean, they was that he lost some people there too. He got on. He was getting on them. Wow. But they was in that church was in that. Now that preacher that took over, he's pretty good too.
You better cut him
out. He was charging $25 for the swab and $125 for the
stop it.
The shot. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. And we talking about Georgia, you know. So I can't. When someone say you can't look at a person's heart, that's true. But you can see, like Vaughn Bryant. Now I'm getting your name right now. Vaughn Bryant said you have to look at the first as far as their fruits, and you have to observe and see what they're doing consistently. And we see that in him and many other pastors.
All right, y'all. We got to start wrapping up. Von Erich, you just came late to the party this time.
No problem.
We got to start wrapping up because some of us older dudes we got to go to another stream. And Sister N.A., man, she's so sweet. She got to go. And Brother Vaughn, you got your son. You got to take care of. And Rico got to do whatever Rico's got to do. Sure, he got a honey-do list that he ain't even started yet.
Before the woman come walking through this door.
Rico, you better not be talking to Clarence. All right. All right, Von Erich, man, give us some last comments, man. We just go across, we'll go across, man. Get on out of here, man.
No, I'm gonna make it quick. Thanks for having me up. Love everybody.
Always, man.
All y'all wisdom and knowledge and understanding y'all brain. The people in the chat, love you too. And hopefully I'll be back up and talk with y'all again.
You will. Not hopefully, you will. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Pray you down, brother Von Eric. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Oh man, Sister Anne, I wanted you to talk more, but we pressed for time right now.
No, I just wanted to come in and ask that question, but I thank you for bringing this topic up. I think that I know that we kind of focused, at least at the end, on Pastor Bryant, but I appreciate your list that you've been making lately. They bring up some really good points. And the one thing that I would say about religion is that I pray that that people will do more to glorify God, their creator, than themselves, what it looks like or how they look to other people because of either like the knowledge they have, how many scriptures they know, or to be a witness. So I want it to be where when I talk with God that, I can say it wasn't my fault that they received it this way because of the way I was behaving, because I know that that's not what you wanted me to do. So I want to try to always be a witness in my walk. And the times that I fall short, like I say, I consult with God daily, sometimes, by the minute, when I know that I'm not walking the way that I need to. As far as it goes with this, like I said, I don't know a whole lot about weed, its impact. I personally would not want to be a part of something that could potentially be a domino effect of addiction that could potentially open the door for litigation. And I was looking the whole time that we were talking. I don't see where weed is legal in Georgia. I see where it says something about the oils, like I said, but I can't speak too much on it because it's just not, I don't know enough about it. I just wouldn't want, because of my ignorance on it, I wouldn't want to be a part of it. So I would not want any church that I'm a member of to do that unless I was able to, not even unless. I would definitely want to see the advisory board's notes on this idea. But thank you for bringing this up. There was a whole lot of wisdom that was expelled on the panel today, and I just thank y'all for listening to me. But can't wait to hear the next show.
Yeah, I'll finish up my list on the next show. Sis.
Okay. Okay. All right. Y'all have a good night.
You too. Always a pleasure. And they coming up
Good
on
night.
it. Always coming up on it. All right. We got Brother Bolo. Brother Bolo. Hey, brother, you sure you got a webpage, man? You sure you got
Well, I just want to thank you for allowing me up. It's good to see Brother Rico. I haven't seen him up here for a minute. It's good to see you, Brother Rico.
Thank you, Brother Bolo. Just battling these bugs and worms. Yeah.
Brian, nothing but love.
Yes, sir.
In this world that we're in right now, you have to walk circumspectly, right? And you have to err on the side of precaution. What I would say is, put the Father first in all that you do. We have to strive to kill our old man and rise in our new man. And that's a spiritual creature in Christ. So again, the anger, the hatred, the vitriolic spirit, we need to put that away and start bringing in forgiveness, love, long suffering, patience, stillness. And the one thing I'm going to always say is meditate with the Father. Because if you're no good to yourself, you're no good to anyone else. Meditate, grow in Him. And as you grow in Him, you're better off in Him than you are without Him. So that's what I got to say. Thank you, guys. I'll look for that link in my email. Vaughn?
Oh, okay.
And I'll see y'all there. I'll see you guys there later.
All right, brother. Appreciate you, man. That's my brother Bolo. All right, man. If you haven't already subscribed to Bolo TV, man, what are you doing? Get your butt on over to Bolo TV.
Yes.
Check him out, man. He's got a lot of good information over there. By the way, just his page alone. Even if you go over there, turn the volume down and don't listen to nobody over there, you'll be cheating yourself there. But if you go over there and you just want a reference for self-deletion or drug abuse or sex abuse or whatever, or addiction or whatever, they got just about every resource that I've ever seen over there. And so there's a number you could call for just about any issue that any person could have. And so, go to on top of that, the brother, him and his team over there, they give us some amazing information, and they give us some good advice. And so, in my opinion, that's my opinion. You can go on over there and check them out. At least give them a shot, right? All right, Vaughn. Let's let you go ahead and do your thing, man.
Yeah, well, just like everyone else said, I'm excited, and I appreciate you opening up the platform and allowing me up here to give my 2 cents, and man, this was another good show. I always wanted to address this topic, and so I definitely had a chance to do it, and so I appreciate the opportunity for that. Brother Rico, it's always good to get up here with you, man, because I usually come on after you're on or something like that, and so we very seldom get to be on the same on the platform at the same time. But man, listen, ladies and gentlemen, careful who you follow. Some people are leading you down the wrong path. And because they're so eloquent with their speech and they know how to get up and say it a certain way and it sounds enticing, you know what I'm saying? Doesn't mean you gotta look deeper than that. You gotta look deeper than that, So just be careful, because some people are just not out to for the right reasons, and no judgment for brother Jamal, but at the same time, hey, I'm very disappointed, and I would be remiss if I wouldn't end, my last comment saying how disappointed I am with his proposal and his actions. You see, because we are worth more than that, Brother Jamal Bryant. And with that being said, hopefully I'll see you gentlemen on the next stream. Got a couple of other things we need to discuss, and thanks again.
I gotta finish my list. We got on Jamal Bryant. I gotta finish my list. So
yes, sir.
We'll finish the next time. All right. Yeah,
peace.
Man. Peace. I'm gonna see you later on Organized Relationships. All right. I'm gonna pull Vaughn down, and then there was one, man. Rico.
Last dragon. The last dragon.
Hey, man, you know what? For a guy that claims they're not that religious, you did pretty good today, man. You did pretty good.
Yeah, I tried to tread water. I was about to say that too. I was like, that normally ain't my cup of tea, but and I try to always discuss religion respectfully, but honestly as well.
Right.
And a lot of religion, if it's true to what it's supposed to be, it's just a lot of it is, tenets of human common decency and respect for your fellow man and treating people the way you want to be treated. So, I don't think you have to be wildly religious to be informed in that. And I'm not going to be long. I'm just going to shorten it up because I know you got somewhere to be. I'll just follow on what Brother Vaughn said. In the one case specifically about, his cousin Jamal, Jamal, right? I would say this, that if you are a, and again, like I said, I'll sometimes cast judgment, and I've been judged. It's just a part of life. But taking the judgment of this guy, I have to question Mr. Bryant's judgment about the weed, because as Brother Von Erich came up here, this is a man that had like at least 3 or 4 outside kids on his marriage. The man has a history of questionable judgment.
Right.
So unfortunately, that's just the way things go. Would you go in business with someone that had several failed businesses? You would question their judgment. Would you buy a house with someone that had multiple bankruptcies? I mean, just like a lot of these things that normally, you would. So again, I would sit there and say I don't want to say he's a hustler or a charlatan, but if it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, it's a duck to me. So, I mean, maybe he needs to start cursing more and fucking less. Having all these kids, because I mean, that means he's made multiple single mothers.
Hey,
and
he has.
They're black women.
He has.
So he's creating more trauma to the community rather than less. He should be talking about trying to keep families together, and he's destroying families. And we all think simply because the word pastor is in front of his name, he gets a pass with it. He doesn't. As Brother Bolo said specifically, right? Yes, they are supposed to be separated. They are. They're not supposed to be down here in the muck and the mire with the rest of us. They're supposed to be an aspirational figure, not perfection, but better. And if you are not better, and not better as a better being, but in a better way, you know, showing us a message that we should be going towards, what the hell are you doing? As Brother Bolo said, if that's not what you're doing, what are you doing?
Yeah, that was my issue.
So again, like I said, I won't go on and on about it. Of course, all the white ones we talked about are all terrible. Falwell, Swaggart, and all the rest of them. And all the deviant behavior that they did is just disgusting. But it is a little bit more problematic because Mr. Bryan is a black man and he's going through all these black churches. And unfortunately, we cannot say that the things he do doesn't affect us as a community, because it does. If nothing else, it affects us because it's like, and I don't care what white pastors and preachers look like. Ours should look better. I should be able to tell my son, be like the pastor. But that's becoming a lift, and it shouldn't be. So with that, I'll end. Great stream. Happy to be a part of it. Oh, and I will say this. Let me say this out to the subs. We will not be doing a stream this Sunday.
No.
Okay. I'm saying it, and I'm saying it on the stream. But I bet not see your ass on this computer Sunday.
No. Saturday. We're gonna do something on Saturday.
Okay, I'll give you that. That 50-50, but I'll give you Saturday. But Sunday, no. Sunday you're gonna spend with the family. That's
no, man.
Okay. All right.
I won't be here Sunday or Monday. No.
Right. So we'll do something Saturday. I'll hop on with you Saturday, but Sunday, no. So set your clocks to Saturday. We'll try to do it early. Try to get it in quick. Maybe not make it too long. We'll stay in this sweet spot. But I just definitely want to say no Sunday, and everybody better be with their family.
Yeah, should be. Hopefully. If you're not at work.
Yeah, but if you have to work, you have to work. But other than that, spend time with your family and your loved ones. It's the one time of the year, above all, you should spend more time with them, but especially that day. Please, I beg of you. I'm not demanding anybody. I'm begging everybody. Take a little bit of time. Because then when we come back the following week, I want to hear all your Christmas stories.
Hey, man, let me stop you right there.
And everything else.
Let me stop you right there, Rico.
Yes, sir.
That was the best couple of sentences that have been said on this show the whole year. That was if y'all haven't listened to all of us are going back and forth, arguing, talking, and everything. What this man just said right here, you should be with your family. Hey, man, that's the best thing. Hopefully, y'all heard that and got a whole bunch out of that, and try to be with your family. I know we got some of us, me and Rico included. We have some family members, man, that just got them hard heads.
Yeah,
you got to work hard to try to be around them, but if you can stand them, at least be with your family. At least try to be with your family. All right, Rico, sorry to cut you off, man.
That's all. But that's great. That's exactly what I meant. Break bread, have a meal, spend a little bit of time with them. You know, for that one day of the year, you'd be surprised. And like you said, with the previous streams where people were talking about people wanting to self-delete themselves. Oh, and that is also a fact that this time of the year is the highest time of the year for people self-deleting is during the holidays. So please reach out to your family, friends, loved ones, people you have not talked to in a while, because if all times throughout the year, during the holidays, from Thanksgiving through Christmas into the New Year, is the time where there's generally an uptick in people committing acts of self-harm. And a lot of these things could be possibly saved, avoided, delayed, whatever, if someone would just reach out to them, your family and your friends. And with that, I'm done. All right, brother. I'll see you on the next one, Clarence.
All right, man. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man. All right, no, that's my brother Rico right there, man. I know he Rico does a lot of fussing, right? Rico does he'll call me up. Clarence, if he on the stream and we went like the 5, 6 hours, 7 hours, 8 hours, Rico, why that? What you doing, Clarence? I told you not to do that, goddamn. Blah, 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 blah. I said, Rico, calm down. No, man, you gotta do that. But yeah, you need to spend time with your family. Blah, blah, blah. I said, okay, Rico. And then he say, all right, call me later. I'll be like, you just cussed me out, Rico. Yeah, I know. Call me later. But that's the type of dude he is, man. He's a good-hearted dude, man. Good-hearted dude. All right, y'all, we got to get out of here, man. We doing good on time, y'all. We knocked it down about 4 hours, man. We're doing good on time. All right, man. So let me let y'all know exactly where my position was with the whole Jamal Bryant weed thing. Since we got kind of went off my list and kind of went over the Jamal Bryant thing. My thing was not so much that they want to do business. I can understand that the church wants to do business. They want to have a place, a way to where they can have consistent income. I get that. I have no issue with that. I mean, I think, in particular, shout out to the good doctor, man. Dr. Hood's in the house. Shout out to you, man. All right. And hey, by the way, Doc, thank you, man. I saw that video you made and you had put me in there, man. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I could tell that it was very genuine, man. It was just how you felt about the issue, man. So I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man. Just happened to be whizzing through your videos and I saw that. I said, what? But I appreciate you, brother. Thank you. A lot of kind words, man, you put out there for me. But anyway, man, that's Dr. Hood. By the way, if you haven't already subscribed to Dr. Hood, man, go on over there. Subscribe to Dr. Hood, man. Got a lot of good videos over there, man. Not just the one about me, but he had a whole bunch of other videos over there, man. So check him out, man. Good dude, man. Another good dude, Dr. Hood, man. He don't always agree with me, but he's a good dude, man. He at least can articulate his position. All right, so what was I talking about? Oh yeah. What was I talking about? Oh, I was talking about how my position on the whole Jamal growing weed thing in the church. See, my issue ain't with the church church being involved in business. I think the church should be involved in business. I think that's how you grow a church, is you have to have business, right? T.D. Jakes, what made T.D. Jakes a lot of money is, and same thing with Joel Osteen, is authoring books and speaking engagements. That's what made them a lot of their money right there, right? So what we have to do is for the church being business savvy, there shouldn't be a problem with that. Okay, now here's the issue, y'all. Here's the issue, and y'all tell me what y'all think. Y'all leave it in the comments, but y'all tell me what y'all think. The issue is there's certain businesses that it's going to be difficult for the church to be involved with, and at the same time say, okay, let me tell you how I'm at the whole nother, spiritually I'm on this level. But the person smoking the weed is going to look at the person and say, well, you spiritually on the same level as me, right? So why should I listen to you, right? If you have such a superior information, that light should be shining off of you, right? They said, what? Jesus asked them, the people, what man having a light would hide it under a bushel barrel, right? I mean, if you know the truth, why are you hiding it, right? I mean, if you walking with the truth, it should shine right off of you. People should be able to see that right away. Oh, this is a different type of dude here. That's a different type of dude. Okay, he ain't perfect, but he's a different type of dude. He's different, he carries himself different. He moves different. Why? And then they're gonna ask the question, well, why does he move different? That's when they come to you and ask you why you move so different. Then you could say, hey, brother, I got this word, and I'm trying my best to follow this word. I'm not perfect. I slip sometimes, but I'm doing my best to try to follow this word. That's why I have a unique look about me. And then that's how you can get them in. I don't believe that, you can get the people in by, you know, indulging in what they're indulging in, and then telling them, and you saying, hey, you know, they're gonna come to you, buy the cannabis, use the cannabis right there, and then come into the church. I doubt highly that's how it's gonna go. But I understand where he's trying to make it look like that, but I doubt highly it's gonna go like that. I think most guys that use cannabis are not gonna go to church to smoke it, or because most of our people smoke it. They don't drink it. They don't eat it, like Bolo was saying. They smoke it. So I doubt they're gonna, you know, smoke in the car, and then, although maybe there's a few or two, one or two of them that will do that, and then they spray on all kind of cologne, right? But most of our people are going to, you know, they're gonna do it at home where they don't have nothing else. You know what I mean? They're gonna, and then it puts them in a mentality that may not be open for what you're trying to teach them at the church house or the mosque or the temple or whatever, right? Now, do I think that people should smoke weed? I think you should do whatever you need to do to ease if you have issues, whatever you think, however you want to medicate yourself, because you are your number one doctor. You, not no doctor, you are the best doctor, because you know exactly how you feel. Only thing you doing to your doctor is telling them symptoms of what's going on, and his best guess or her best guess is going to be based on the symptoms you tell them. But you don't want to actually feeling the symptoms, right? So you got to tell these people, man, because these people, sometimes these doctors be thinking you work for them, and you got to do what they tell you to. No, I don't got to do what you tell me to do. I'm going to always consider what you said, but that don't mean I'm going to do everything you say do. No, I'm not. That don't mean that. You got to think for yourself. In today's world, you got to think for yourself, man, because some of these doctors ain't no joke, man. So then he say, ooh, Brother Clarence brought up another point. Well, Pastor Bryant knew allowed him to use on church ground. That was my whole point, Sister Eddie. That was my point. My point never was, you know, I understand the church wants to make some money. I understand that. That wasn't even my point. Wasn't even my issue whether they should grow it. My issue was, should they be involved in that business, right? There's going to be people going to smoke weed. You know what I'm saying? Whether you legalize it or don't legalize it or whatever, people gonna smoke weed, they're gonna ingest weed, whatever, right? Like Bolo said, the Native Americans used to smoke weed, and they still do, right? But they used to smoke it and burn it like incense, right? And inhale the smoke, right? And so it's a problem when you start adding stuff. So I got to add different stuff to it to let it burn longer and last longer and give it a flavor and all that. So that you never know what somebody's adding to it when you buy it from someone else, right? But will he do that on the church ground? See, that's the whole thing. That's like, okay, so now you got weed there. What about these people? What about these Johns going to get prostitutes? Are we going to have a part of the church where we have them so that they bring in the prostitutes, especially in Las Vegas, right? In Nevada, right? Where you can legalize, prostitution is legalized, right? Are we going to bring them in? Or are we going to have a part of the property where they can go in? You know, we have conjugal visit rooms, and they could go in and have conjugal visits. We set up a motel on the church property, right? You think that the people that's going to go use the prostitutes are going to come out of the motel and then go straight into the church? So that's what I'm saying. It's that, in my opinion, you're going to have a separation so that the people that need to come into the church or into the mosque or into the temple, they're going to have to see something's different about the people in there. Something's different about them. It looks like them, and the people on the outside have to look at them and say, you know what? There's something about them. I want that kind of peace. Oh, it's 6:40. Oh yeah, I gotta go get something to eat. You're right, Andy, man. I was gonna get some a salad and a potato salad. Man, I might have to give me a piece of chicken too. I'm hungry. All right, I'm gonna shut it down. I'm gonna shut it down. All right, yeah. So that was my whole thing, y'all. That was my whole thing. So weed smokers, you ain't got no problem with me, Brother Clarence. I ain't got no problem with it. But my problem is with the church getting involved with it. The church getting involved with the casino level. Church gonna put a casino on right? On the grounds and let people gamble, right? They're already doing it with the bingo, right? But now you're talking about blackjack and all this other stuff, right? Bingo about as far as you can go. It's bingo, right? All right, y'all, we gotta get out of here, man. Stan just gave me the what do you call it? Trying to give me the hook out here, so I gotta get going. Excuse me. All right, y'all. Thank you, everybody, man. We had a great time. Everybody did a great job. Excuse me. You guys did it in the chat. Chat's where it's at. Guys did a great job. Everybody did great. We had one bot. No, we had two bots. We had two bots. Knocked them out real quick. And also, I had somebody email me and tell me that they got shut down, right? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Y'all feel like you got to shut somebody down? Shut them down. Let them come to me, right? Let them come to me. They'll explain a situation to me. Somebody, one of your moms shut me down, and then okay, all right. But you know what I'm saying? I'll let them back in. If they hit me up, I'll let them back in. Like I let this person. As a matter of fact, I let two people in today, right? Well, at least I took them off the no-fly zone, right? So y'all don't be, somebody give you a problem, they'll hit me up, especially if they feel like it was unwarranted. They'll hit me up. All right, but the chat's where it's at. Shout out to the chat. Hey, Risa. Yeah, man. Just, because I don't want to, while the show is going on, I don't want to stop and deal with that. So y'all do what y'all got to do, man. And then, I always got your back, when they come at me. They usually come at me via email saying, I was unjustly put out. Okay. Well, the only thing I'm gonna do is say, okay, well, let me bring you back, man, right? Because I don't know what happened. Typically, I don't know what happened, but yeah, like I said, anyway, y'all did a great job. Y'all do a great job, man. Appreciate y'all. That's why the Riff Raff don't come over here playing games most of the time. We can't do nothing about the bots, man. I think that's the Russians doing that, but it might be a little kid in his bedroom doing that. Who knows, right? But anyway, let's give the chat a strong performance, very strong performance from the chat, very strong, a very, very solid performance from everybody in the chat. Shout out to all of y'all. Okay, let me get to the list because it's right. I got to get. It's already 3:45. We're going on at 4:30, and I got to go out and get something to eat. And then I got to eat it. So let me see. Okay, Brother Bolo, what do y'all think about Brother Bolo? Shout out to Brother Bolo, man. That is a good brother, man. That is a good brother right there, man. I mean, whether you agree with him religiously or whatever, or philosophy-wise or whatever, man, you're just a good dude, good-hearted dude, man. Good-hearted dude, man. We tease each other a lot, man. But that's like you guys notice. I won't mess with nobody unless I feel like they in my circle, man. You know what I mean? So, but Bolo, man, is a good dude, man. That's a good dude, man. Good dude. If you haven't already subscribed to Bolo TV, man, get over there. You're missing out, man. You're missing out because they help a lot of people over there, man. They help a lot of people over there. But shout out to Brother Bolo. But what do you think he did today? How do you think he did today? He said, yeah, man, you can sell weed. Church house is cool. And then when he started crunching to what we were saying, he's like, okay, I see where y'all coming from. Yeah. You guys might have a leg to stand on that one. Yeah. So it's just about talking, man. Ain't no right, ain't no wrong. It's just we talking it over. We just trying to punch it out and see who thinks what and what, and everybody has their opinion, right? But shout out to Brother Bolo, man. He did a strong performance today. Strong performance. I think me, Vaughn, and Bolo are gonna be over on knowledge and relationship. I think either intellectual soapbox or knowledge and relationships. One of the two. We're gonna be over there at 4:30 my time, which is another 45 minutes. So yeah, man, we gotta get over there. You guys, if you get a chance, get on over there and check it out. I think we're talking about fatherhood. What about did I give Bolo a strong performance? Strong performance from Bolo, by the way. I know it was you, Risa. I know it was you. I know it was you, man. Risa got that big old boot, man. It just boot people out, man. That's all right, man. You know what I'm saying? Y'all do what y'all do, man. You know, then let them come to me. Let them come to me. All right. Anyway, Von Bryant. Did I give Bolo a strong performance? Strong performance for Bolo. Very solid as always. Very solid as always. Very solid as always, man. Very solid. Who else? Oh, Von Bryant. What do you think about Von Bryant? Oh, we on an Intellectual Soapbox, Von? Okay. Okay. All right. So if you guys already haven't subscribed to Intellectual Soapbox, please go to subscribe to Intellectual Soapbox and give them a shot. You know what I'm saying? You subscribe to them, and you don't like it, you can unsubscribe, right? It won't cost you no money. You know what I'm saying? But just check them out. Check them out. Maybe you might like them. Right? I'll subscribe, but that's me, right? I try to give everybody a chance, right? But shout out to Intellectual Soapbox. But Von Bryant, what do you think about Von Bryant today? Remember the days when Von Bryant was like, "Excuse me, I just want to just." Now Von be like, "Yeah, well, what? Yeah, what? Von Bryant in the house. What?" But shout out to Von, man. Excellent job today. You know, I don't know. I know what I'm doing. I know when we talk about something good is when I really don't have to interject into the conversation all that much. I can just let it go. You know what I mean? So that's when I know, okay, we really having a good conversation here. So shout out to Von Bryant, man. Von is a very valuable helper, man. Whew. Very valuable, man. But what about Von today? Strong performance? Absolutely strong performance from Von Bryant. Strong performance. Solid as always. What about Brother Rico Young? Shout out to Brother Rico Young, man. Man. Rico comes back, man, and keeps hitting homers, man. Keeps hitting them right over the park, man. You know what I mean? And it was good today because Rico's already told me. He said, "Bro, you know I'm not that religious, right? I'm not. You know, he has his own belief, but it's not like he's part of this organized sect and all of this, all of that. You know, he has his own personal beliefs, but he already told me, say I'm not. You know, so you might not get a good conversation out of me like that." I said, "All right, don't worry about it, man. Just tell your opinion, right?" He said what he did, man. Home run today. Very, very solid. Very, very solid. Very, very solid cat, man. Rico's the kind of dude, man. Unfortunately, man, you have to listen to everything he says because he be talking crazy 1 minute, and then next thing you know, he'll say something, man, that'll be on point. Like he said right before we wrapped up, right? He say, "Hey, man, just be with your family. Make sure you with your family," right? Now that's stronger than everything we done said this whole year on this channel, right? Be with your family, man. Get your family, man. Be with your family, because that is what's important. And he's not a dude that's saying that and don't live it, right? He done came up here and showed us him out there on the backyard with his family, right? So he's with the business, man. He's with the business. You know what I mean? So I would be showing a lot more, but I can't. You know, my wife is not a camera person. She's very camera shy. And then my granddaughter, man, I don't have permission from her mother. Me and her mother are not, you know, we don't see eye to eye on most things. So that's the bad part. But you know, but at least this brother can show you everything he's doing. He show you everything he's doing. So shout out to Brother Rico, man. Very strong performance as always. Very strong. What about my sister N.A.? What about Sister N.A.? Right, you come here. Excuse me. I got something to say, right? I guess she had put a question in the chat, right? I didn't ask it fast enough. It's like, man, forget Clarence. Let me go on up here right now, man. Put my own question out there, man. Shout out to you, sis. I'm glad you did it, because you know what? Sometimes I can get caught up, right? I'm trying to watch the time. I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to do that, and I'm trying to remember my own point to interject. You know, so sometimes I get caught up. So if you see that situation happen again, do exactly what you did. Just come on up here, because that's going to be quicker and faster. And everybody loves you anyway. So it's always a pleasure to have you up here. So in the chat as well. But when you come on the stage, man, just it takes the energy down to a reasonable level, right? We up here, it's just the guys, we up here fussing at each other, man. But when you come on, it definitely brings the energy to a more reasonable level. So appreciate you, sis. Anytime you feel the need, please come on up here. Even if you got to correct me on something, please come on up here, because man, it's most of you guys, I respect you. So if you tell me something, I would at least consider it, right? All right, but that's Sister Annie. What y'all think about Sister Annie? Did she do a good job today? Very strong performance. Very strong. Very, very solid. Very solid. Very solid. Very, very solid. Yeah, I'm trying, Sister Annie, but I need help. Like when you give me those little reminders, man, that helps. That helps because it makes me go, okay, yeah, she's right. All right, let's see. Sister Ine did a great job today. Shout out, very strong performance. Very solid. And of course, last but not least, yes, she was supposed to do that, absolutely. Last but not least, what do you think about Brother Von Erich? Brother Von Erich. Right? There's only one bad thing about Von Erich, is a lot of times he comes late to the party, man. We've been on for 2 or 3 hours, and here comes Von Erich right before we're about to close out the show. And he got so much brains, right? He got so much information and wisdom, right? So we want to let him talk. I want to let him get it off, but I'm like, man, bro, we got somewhere to go, right? We got somewhere to go, bro. You got to come earlier, right? Got to get the notifications or something. Ain't that how they say it, Bolo? Something. You got to get something. Right. All right, y'all. So we got to go over here to knowledge and relationship. But by the way, Von Erich, always solid, man. Always a solid dude. Always strong, man. Always strong. Shout out to Von Erich. Von Erich. Shout out to Von Erich, man. Solid dude. Very smart. Very intelligent cat. All right, everybody. That was it. I think that we covered everything. I gave you guys an update on the backpacks. We sent in the other ones. I just printed up the package labels. So we sent the other ones back. The assorted colors back. We already ordered the all black backpacks. They're on their way. The notebooks are already here in my office now. And we already got the calculators already here in my office now. So the backpacks and the school supplies should be here. They said, I think on Wednesday, tomorrow. So it should be delivered tomorrow. So we shall see how it goes, right? All right, y'all. So, and we got to send the other backpacks back to get a refund on those. But other than that, that's what we're doing. Okay, so we only got up to, I think we got up to like number 5 or 6. So what we're going to do on my list of stuff, why people are leaving the organized religion. So we're going to finish that on Thursday. And then, of course, we're going to have a block party, I think, on Saturday. Pencil that in, the block party. I'll let y'all know what time we're going to start. But, we just going to listen to music like we did last time, y'all. Listen to some music, have a good time, just, chew the fat, and, just talk about things, talk about the years, what happened over the year, and, just fellowship with each other, man. Just fellowship and wish each other well for the next year, man. All right, y'all. Let's see. I think that's it. And we will see y'all on Thursday. Thank you, everybody. Everybody did a great job. Appreciate y'all. And we will see y'all on Thursday. Peace.